Welcome elected members, staff, guests, members of the public to the Ordinary Council meeting of the 11th of December 2024. I now declare the meeting opened at 5:32. The City of Busselton acknowledges the Wardandi and Bibliman people as the traditional custodians of this region and pay our respects to those elders past and present. This meeting is being audio recorded for minute-taking purposes and also being live streamed on the City of Busselton YouTube channel. The prayer this evening will be read out by Father Archie got me there, haven't you? Karampatan. Thank you. From Our Lady of the Southern Cross Catholic Church in Dunsborough. Thank you very much, Father Archie, for coming along.
I start with a very short gospel reading for today's Mass. Let us remind ourselves that we are always in the presence of God. From the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus said to the crowds, "Come to me, all you who labor and are burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am meek and humble of heart, and you will find rest for yourselves. For my yoke is easy and my burden light." May the Word of God remind us that ultimately the work of saving the world from every peril is God's work. We are mere instruments in God's enterprise. When tasks at hand, public or personal, get tough, we remember the Lord's reminder in today's gospel. If God is with us, the yoke is easy and the burden light. Let us pray. Lord God, Emmanuel, God with us, fill us with your Spirit so that we too may see the way to come to you, refreshed and transformed. Look kindly, Lord, on the City Council and our constituents that trusts in you. During this council meeting, as they discuss and reflect on important issues, help them to hear the voice of your Spirit and receive your word in faith. Give them true discernment, prudence in judgment, firmness in decision, and wisdom in planning. May diversity of views come together in common goals. May they always act with true concern for both the present and the future, respecting our tradition, but attentive to the signs of the times. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father Archie. And do understand if you need to leave, or if you wish to stay, you are welcome. Thank you. In attendance today, I have Deputy Mayor Councillor Anne Ryan, Councillor Jodie Lee, Councillor Val Caig, Councillor Andrew McNeish, Councillor Michaela Love, Councillor Kate Cox, Councillor Jared Kennedy, and Councillor Richard Beecroft, and myself, Mayor Cronin. We have no apologies. So, item 3, announcements by the presiding member. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone. This is our last council meeting for the year. Then we step up to 2 council meetings, so we can see you more often, which will be great. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the elected members, the CEO, staff, directors, for their efforts and their contribution that they have put in this year. And I personally would like to thank the staff for going over and above due to the increased levels of workload that you seem to now have. Looking at the length of this council meeting, I can understand that. And just to say that we do really appreciate the time you guys put in and dedicate to making sure that this city runs as smoothly as it can. So thank you all, and I hope that comes from the rest of the council. So on that note, wishing you all very Merry Christmas. Have a great break and enjoy the sun. We won't be back till January the 19th? 16th? Sometime January. Anyway, so enjoy it and have a great break. Disclosures of interest, I do have a few. On item 11.1, we have received a disclosure of impartiality interest from Councillor McNeish. On items 11.2 and 11.3, we've received disclosures of financial interest from Councillor McNeish and disclosures of proximity interest from Councillors Kennedy, Ryan and Love. On 11.4, we've received a disclosure of impartiality interest from Councillor McNeish, and these disclosures will be made immediately before the items are discussed. Sorry, I've been a bit flued up in the... I'm more worried about passing it on to someone, so I do apologise if I've ruined your Christmas. Okay, we'll move on to item 5.1, that the minutes of the special council meeting held on the 30th of October 24 be confirmed as true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Craig, seconded. Councillor Kennedy, is there any opposition? If being no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion is carried 9-0. Item 5.2, that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 20th of November 2024 be confirmed as true and correct record. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Cox. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? There is Councillor Lee. Sorry, I do apologise. I do have opposition. Councillor Cox, would you like to move your motion? Yes, it was for the minutes of... Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
I will move as written. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The seconder, you have the right. Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak?
No, I'll just move it as seconded as written. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Opposition? Councillor McNeish.
I do have an alternative, and I'm wondering if that could be put on the screen. It is because the reasons in the item on Saltwater were quoted in the minutes as a summary. And, sorry, I'm just waiting for that to come up, which the Act doesn't, or the regulations doesn't permit. It requires something that's not a summary. Other issues, other areas of local government minutes, such as public question time and answers, requires a summary, but the minutes with reasons for voting against a decision doesn't allow a summary. It requires the full story. So the officers have provided their view of what the reasons the council voted in the way it did, which was against the officer recommendation. However, that was incomplete, being a summary, and I'm just ensuring to move all the reasons that were contained on the original motion alternative that I put, that effectively drove towards the final decision, to be included in the minutes, to make sure it's not just a summary, it's the whole thing. Thank you.
So speaker for? Speaker against?
I'd like to second it, please, if I may.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Speaker for? Speaker against? If not, right of reply, you didn't. No, I replied. Would you? No rebuttal?
I'll reserve my right to
We've
reserve.
taken it. Sure. Okay. Therefore, I put the motion forward. All those in favour of receiving the minutes of the ordinary council meeting from the officers. Those in favour? No. This is. So the recommendation in front of you is that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting of the 20th be confirmed as true and correct record as published at the 11th December 24 on the City of Busselton website, inclusive of any confidential material published on the restricted internal docs and TAP application. So therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those against? 4. Motion's carried 5-4. Thank you. Now move on to responses to previous questions taken on notice. We have 3 questions that were taken on notice on November ordinary council meeting, the responses to which have been provided and now displayed on the screens. These question responses will also be captured in the minutes of this meeting.
Question, if I may. There was one question in the minutes that hadn't had an answer when I last looked. Has that been responded to? If you scroll. I'm not sure, but there was one there. I think it was later on. And there was no answer in the minutes when I looked last night.
Sorry, just to clarify, that was taken on notice, was it, Councillor Ryan, at the last
Yes,
meeting?
yes.
So should feature on this one if it was taken on notice on the screen, and then they'll be included in these minutes if
Okay.
that's
Can you,
hopefully captured the one that you're referring to.
can you keep scrolling so that I can see what the answer was, please? That's the last one. So they have all been answered now. Because when I looked last night, there was one with no answer
In the minutes of the agenda.
in the minutes on docs on tab.
So there were just 3 questions. 1, 2, 3.
That's correct. 3 questions.
Sure. 3 were taken on notice and they've been
Yeah.
responded to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now move on to public question time, where members of the public have an opportunity to ask questions of council on matters relevant to the city. We've not received any registrations from the public this evening. I was just wondering, are there any members who wish to ask a question? There is. So I'll take this opportunity to remind everyone that public question time is conducted according to the council meetings, information sessions, decision-making and process, policy and city standing orders. In particular, question time is not an opportunity to make statements or to enter into discussion or debate on the question or the responses provided. Questions will be limited to 3 per person to ensure that everyone wishing to ask a question has an opportunity to do so within the allocated time. Respect must be shown to councillors, employees and other members of the public, and persons attending must not create a disturbance by interrupting or interfering with the proceedings. Ms Sims, would you like to come forward and, for the record, your name and where you're from?
Keith Sims, Busselton. Good evening, Mayor, CEO, councillors and everyone else in the chamber. So my 3 questions are directed regarding the saltwater. So Mayor, in the Stanshaw ABC interview, you mentioned $7 million of extra cost for the saltwater was due to retractable seating floor level not being correct. Kerry Hill had to redesign the floor for the builder and charge the city for doing so. Surely the architect had previously designed this type of building and is accountable. Question: as the city had already paid the architect to design the building, and their cost so far, I believe, is over $2.6 million, why is the city paying them to redesign their own work?
Yeah, I might refer that one to Mr Darby if I could. Thanks for the question, Mr Sims.
If you would mind, I'll take that on notice and provide a response in writing.
Okay. I would have...
Thank you. Your next question.
I'm just going to say I would have forwarded that as a question, but I didn't think it needed to be on notice, so that's why I didn't do it. In the same interview, you stated that part of the $7 million extra is due to the World Theatre having asbestos and needed, electrical upgrades. Surely good sense should prevail that both things would being necessary in a heritage-listed building. And you also never corrected Mr Shaw's statement that the city had the redirected $9.5 million from the federal government's grant for the jetty, which is obviously not true. It's a mixture anyway. So my question is, why is it realistic to assume that no one foresaw asbestos being present, nor electrical upgrades be required, especially when interconnecting to the new venue?
I'll just answer your first question on the 9.5. When I was on the radio, you're always on delay, so I didn't hear some of the things he was saying beforehand. So I didn't hear that when it went to the interview.
Okay,
I
you
was
must have
told
missed
about
it because you did say you were listening in the car, so, okay.
They record it at different times. Sorry, Mr. Sim.
Okay.
Okay.
I can perhaps help you with the second part of your question, Mr Sims, around the World Theatre and latent conditions. So I think from memory in the interview you referred to, the Mayor had mentioned along the lines of peeling back layers of the onion, and what was discovered once the further visual, you could actually see what was going on once you peeled back some layers of the World Theatre. There was more work to be done, unless Mr Darby has any he'd like to add in there.
They're basically latent conditions that were discovered during the construction when certain elements were changed or cracking was seen, that as you start looking into more detail, there's more issues uncovered. They're latent conditions.
Okay. But being a heritage
I'm
building
not
and old...
accepting questions from the...
Okay.
Well, Mr Sims is currently speaking, I'm sorry. So if you could take your seat. If you wish to make...
Could the councillors, when they're responding to a question here, turn up their microphones a bit so that the audience behind us can hear exactly what you are saying?
Sure, okay, I'll make sure. Thank you, sir, thank you.
Okay, last question. Mayor, for multiple years, you have been stating there is a fixed price contract and the final cost is $44.5 million, including $3 million contingency. Now another $7 million has been added to the overall cost. This proves that the industry experts and the community were correct at the onset in stating in this council chamber that the cost would increase. So my question is, therefore, how can you justify your now complete reversal, completely ignoring the fixed price contract and overall cost, and stating that the increase of 15.7% is modest compared to other venues that have a 25% construction increase?
Mr Sims, obviously the fixed price contract doesn't mean that the price is the price and that's nothing else. Obviously, if there's changes that need to be made or design matters to be looked at, that would be something that would come through in variations, etc. as well. So that would have an impact on the total price of the contract. While there's a fixed price contract, there's still those other elements that could increase costs over time. So, and they're probably the elements that have also contributed to that extra $7 million that you mentioned.
I understand that, and there was a $3 million contingency in the 44.5, but what I asked the Mayor directly was, you're the one who kept on telling us in this chamber there will be no cost increases. We have $38 million fixed price and 44.5 overall cost and $3 million contingency included, and now you're saying that a 15.7% increase is modest, because other people have had 25.
The statement is on the city's website. I won't get my words played with again, so that's why I'm keeping quiet. Because I feel my words have been construed already, so thank you. Thank you for your question.
But you said them. That's what I'm only quoting from yourself.
Well, I'll happy to talk to you offline on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions? Please come forward, mention your name and where you're from, please.
Yeah, the name's Darren Glover from Go. What do I do?
No.
Is that it? Good. Questions? Is that sounding right to you? Yep, good. Right. Questions are brought to you tonight on behalf of the Busselton area Ratepayer and Residents Association. Question 1. Under the general public health duty outlined in the Public Health Act 2016, local governments are required to take reasonable and practical steps to prevent harm to public health. Could the Council confirm who received the letter from Port Hedland Council regarding the contamination of COVID-19 vials with synthetic DNA, and what steps have been taken to assess and address the potential public health risks outlined in that correspondence?
I'll pass this to you, Mr.
Thanks for the question. So we received a generic letter originally to the main city email address from memory, Mr. Glover, from the Port Hedland Council advising of a outcome of a decision that was made. Those elements at this stage are sort of the Department of Health responsibility around public health in that respect. Unless there's a motion coming forth from the floor of the council or the community, we haven't taken any further action at this point.
Okay. Right, question 2. In light of the precautionary principle, which emphasises erring on the side of caution when there is uncertainty about risk to public health, what specific actions has the Council taken to evaluate and mitigate the health and economic implications of the evidence presented in the Port Hedland Council letter?
We've taken none in relation to that. Thank you.
Sorry?
None. No action.
Okay, no action. Right. Thank you. Question 3. As part of the Council's responsibility under the Public Health Act 2016 to promote and protect the health of the community, will the Council commit to holding a special meeting to address the potential risks identified? If not, could the Council provide a clear explanation as to why this matter does not warrant urgent attention?
Look, through the chair, obviously that'd be something that the council would need to consider if they wanted to bring back to and request the staff to take further. At this point in time, as what we have in play is that the Department of Health, we don't run any clinics, Mr. Glover, so there's nothing that we have there that actually promotes or provides that service. So at this point in time, unless there's something forthcoming from the council, there hasn't been any action taken. I can't speak for council though, Mr. Glover.
Okay. All right, thank you. That was on behalf of, the Busselton Area Ratepayer and Residents Association. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just hand you the questions. So
I'll just. Are there any more questions from the public?
Thank you.
Please come forward. State your name and where you're from.
Evening, everyone. My name's Narelle Hopkins. I'm from Geograph. I have these questions on behalf of the Busselton Area Ratepayers and Residents Association. Question 1. What is the council's charging the Neuron scooter licence fee, and is it annual?
I'll refer that one to Director Palmer, if that's all right.
Sure, that's. Director Palmer.
We are still putting together a new agreement with Neuron, and that hasn't been finalised just yet.
When will that be actioned?
We're aiming for early next year.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And my question 2 is, what level of risk and associated costs could the City of Busselton ratepayers be subject to if someone hurts themselves on a scooter, i.e. if it was found that like the uneven paving contributed to an accident, so therefore?
Thanks for the question. I can take that one. So obviously the quantum is not able to be determined, Ms. Hopkins, but the city is covered by liability insurance, which adequately covers the interests of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Any further questions from the public? Okay, we move on to presentations by parties with an interest. Per the city's standing orders, each presenter will have 5 minutes to speak and must state their name, the item to which they are speaking to, and whether or not they are in agreement with the officer's recommendation in the agenda. If you can remember that, that would be great. We have 7 presentations. It might be 8 now, is it? It's 8 presentations. So I think you can understand where the time is going to go on this one. 7 of these are on 11.1. So what I would ask is that when we're talking, if a point has been mentioned already, maybe not go too heavily on it if it's just adding to what's already been said. But otherwise, you have your 5 minutes. And also make sure that it's relevant to the item, which is considering whether to resolve to advertise the draft local planning scheme for further consultation. Yep, that's all. So first up, we have Patrick Ferguson from the residents of the Eagle Bay Association. Thank you, Patrick.
Good. Thank you, everybody. My name's Patrick Ferguson. I'm representing Eagle Bay. Don Best, our president's not able to make it tonight, so I'm filling in. I want to be clear about the issue. The issue is the proposed LPS, the Local Planning Scheme 22. Eagle Bay community is of the view that this new proposal does not include or effectively include special character areas for Eagle Bay or a special character area. And it's neither supported by structure plans or non-discretionary policy, i.e. height or setback rules. Our senior town planner that we employ has confirmed this. So in terms of the technical issue, it's quite clear. And he said, I quote, that the current proposal, which is LPS 22, falls that far short of the minimum planning controls to have any real effect. So what he's saying is, in effect, you have a proposal that no longer has a special character area in it. So if you want me to be clear, I can be crystal clear that this proposal does not meet the community's planning requirement for Eagle Bay. The document does not include structure plans because they're finished. You're throwing them out. You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They're finished next year. And the height and setback provisions, well, if you're unlucky enough to have teenagers, you know you've got to have boundaries. And there's no boundaries. Where are those setbacks? Where are those height limits? And this renders the special character area for Eagle Bay sterile. So why does it matter? Why do we care? Well, we care because we know what the community of Eagle Bay wants. We know that the community has just voted, just supported the very idea of a continued special character area and structure planning to support it. We've just gone through the community process, and I thank the city for that. We've had our say. We've had our say, and we would like you to take that on board. We'd also refer to the workshops. It's crystal clear what we've said at the workshops, and more work needs to be done. Now, we've recently met with the CEO and the head of planning, and again, I thank the city for that, but more work needs to be done because at the moment, we've basically got a lame duck in the making. But the community is conclusive and it's 100% behind continued special character areas. The greater Busselton community is also behind us, and the tourism industry. We all know the beauty of the southwest, and that's why we have special character areas. We've just branded our airport Margaret River Busselton or Busselton Margaret River because we know how important the beauty and the whole area is to all of us. And that special unique character extends to special character areas. just to indulge me quickly, no elected member here, no member of the gallery, nobody in their right mind would demolish the state and national icon, the Busselton Jetty. That's a special character area by any other name. So you wouldn't want to demolish our long-held special character areas. And what happens if we ignore what the community wants? Well, it really is simple. It's the gateway to overdevelopment, high-rise. It's the signal for toxic sprawl and inappropriate development. It's a principle. It's a signal. Now, let's not go down there. As I say, the momentum started in Dunsborough, and we don't want those floodgates to open. So, elected members, let's be clear about the message from the council. Let's be clear about the technical. I'm not going to go into a great amount of planning jargon. I can, but I'm not going to, because we have that paper. Elected members have the paper from our very senior planner, and anybody in the gallery can have a copy as well. And they know that the proposed LPS 22 that's currently on the table is that lame duck. The Eagle Bay community has already persistently, consistently, and made it abundantly clear it needs an effective special character area.
Thank you, Patrick. I do have to keep it to 5 minutes because there's so many speakers today. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll finish off. Thank you, Mayor. So, elected members, it's in your hands. We need a productive, we need an effective local planning scheme, and we need one, and we can achieve this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to let people know, when that thing goes off, it's 1 minute to go. Next, we have Viv Laurie. Hi, Viv. Hi. From the Yelling Up Residents Association.
Brought my beach shirt over from Yelling Up. The sea breeze was just in, so it's cooled down. Viv Laurie from the Yelling Up Residents Association. I'm on the committee, I'm the treasurer. Jeremy Warren sends his apologies, he's the president and unable to make it today. Thanks, Patrick, for that excellent call to the councillors to give us a hearing on this matter. Thanks again to the council and the councillors who voted for a deferral at the October meeting, which enabled all of us to get a look at the draft proposal for LPS 22. It's been extremely valuable, and as Patrick's mentioned, Yelling Up and the other residents' associations have used that to have meetings with some councillors, with staff, and to recruit the consultant whose report Patrick mentions. So I won't go into that. Moving out a bit from what Patrick had to say, we're very concerned that if the draft goes, that we're very concerned, and this was pointed out, that the overall process from here on, it's called a draft. It's only just an approval by the EPA. It's said that a minister just has to give a yes or no to go to advertising, and then all the other processes have to occur. We're very concerned, particularly with the emphasis on fast planning, on cutting through red tape, that tick from the minister at this early stage will be pretty well the end of the process. We're very concerned that that may include a recommendation that the special character areas be removed from the draft, and then we don't see where the process would be afterwards to allow us to have consultation to overturn such a decision at this early stage. So we're very concerned if we lose at that point and it continues and it rolls through and goes through a steamroller approach, then we're concerned that we won't have the say that's promised. We've already had a number of consultations. I support our thanks for the workshops, but the review is that they weren't listened to. They have not been included in this draft, and we're very concerned. Councillors have also received a large list from Jeremy of Yelling Up specific concerns, and they were supported by the consultant as well. In particular, in Yallingup, one of the concerns that's lost in this draft is the ability to allow discretion on things that are critical to the special character areas. The Pennock case, which the council is well aware of, rests on a special character policy item that said that discretion shall not be allowed where it's a critical matter for special character area protection. So we're particularly concerned that the draft does not allow discretion, that the draft does not stick with the strength of the previous special character area policy that was confirmed in the Pennock ruling. The consultant picked out some areas where it could be a number of areas where he's made recommendations which have all been submitted, and you've got them all in writing. Just reading it today, I read clause 61 on the provisions. It says a development approval is not required if the works, and then there's a table, and if conditions are met, then a works approval is not applicable. Condition D is that if the works comply with additional development standards set out in Schedule E and F of the scheme, then a works approval is not that clause and that table does not include Schedule G, which is actually the special character area requirements. So that gap in that table says that you don't have to meet Schedule G because it's not even mentioned, and development approvals are not needed. So it's an example that it seems to be underdone. It's cut corners. It may meet some model words, but we strongly urge the councillors to defer this further so that we correct errors and we meet the recommendations of an expert planner. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Appreciate it.
Through presiding.
I'm not going to do questions, sorry. It's just a presentation. Ross Underwood.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Can everyone hear me okay?
How are you, Ross?
Well, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to join the meeting remote. I do like to attend meetings in person where I can, but scheduling at this time of the year has been difficult. So my gratitude to you and your staff for arranging that. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of Centuria, the owner of the Home Depot at 115 Strelly Street in Busselton. The Home Depot has Bunnings and various bulky goods showroom tenants, including Spotlight, The Good Guys, BCF, Beacon Lighting, Pet Barn, Repco, J-Care and Adairs. We seek the Council's assistance in rectifying a serious issue that impacts the ability of our client to retain existing tenants and to attract new tenants. There was a decision last year on Amendment number 40 that prohibited bulky goods showrooms in the light industry zone. This decision came about at the 11th hour, made by state planners with no opportunity to make any presentations or seek the views of affected owners. The outcome of this is that it inhibits planning for future investment in the site by Centuria and puts an additional hurdle for prospective new tenants who may wish to come into the site. There is a simple solution that the site is reclassified as service commercial via the new planning scheme being considered at item 11.1. We ask Council to take the time to carefully consider this request and incorporate the change into the draft local planning scheme 22 before it is advertised for public comment. There are three important points that I want to make on this. Firstly, the city's own local planning strategy endorsed by WAPC in 2019 requires suitable sites for these uses to be investigated, and I quote, transition to bulky goods retailing to be encouraged. At the scheme review stage, investigate preferable locations for the establishment of bulky goods retailing, end quote. We say simply that this work required by the city's own strategy has not been done. The second point is that the service commercial zone reflects the existing land uses on this site, which are associated with bulky goods retailing and not at all associated with light industry. The officer's report in the agenda notes, and I quote from page 49, various zoning updates have been implemented for the zoning table to better reflect the nature of development and or land uses on a site. It seems that in this review, our client's site has been missed in these various zoning updates quoted by the officers. The third point I want to make is that there has been some discussion in my conversations with councillors, thank you, that changes made will involve an EPA assessment and therefore delay the assessment of the scheme. I can advise, as a town planner with over 19 years of experience in the field, that there is next to no change or no chance that the EPA would have an interest in this particular matter. This is an evolving field. There were changes to the EPA Act earlier this year, and regulations have been drafted to classify the type of amendments that would require an EPA referral. And this particular proposal is one that, under these proposed changes, would not. So I don't think there's any risk that making this change prior to advertising will cause a delay through the EPA assessment process. Councillors, I urge you to consider our concerns, which impact the ability for our client to attract tenants and investment on a site that's already developed and used for bulk goods retailing, but where these uses are prohibited. Centuria has been an active participant in the local economy. It also is involved with the Boulevard Shopping Centre. And we ask for a simple change to be implemented prior to advertising so that members of your community can have an opportunity to see and comment on this change as it comes out for advertising, not after. I have noted the comments that have been made by the ratepayers for the Eagle Bay and Dunsborough Association referencing more changes and possibly some workshopping to come in after that. If our proposal was to be considered in the context of those workshops, if council were to take that approach, we would be agreeable to that. That being said, what we're asking is a simple change and ask council to consider that carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ross. I appreciate that. And good timing. Next, we have Peter Kyle from the Dunsborough Reference Group.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Peter Kyle from Dunsborough. I'm the chairman, as you say, of the Dunsborough Reference Group. All councillors have received multiple submissions from myself and the other associations that are concerned with the special character area issues, and I don't want to take up your time by simply reiterating those. I'm also very appreciative of the fact that the two previous speakers in respect to the special character areas have made the points extremely well, and I don't seek to reiterate those. I just want to concentrate upon, in these circumstances, I just want to concentrate on one particular aspect of it. The officer's report in respect of item 11.1 of the agenda, at page 48 of the agenda, under the heading of special character areas, says that the controls of developments in the special character areas under the existing scheme, that's Scheme 21, have become less workable as a result of the Supreme Court decision in the Pennock case. I think you're all aware of the significance of the Pennock case. And the draft scheme has been revised to provide a clear set of controls that better protect the character of the special character areas. That's what the officers say. In my submission, exactly the opposite is the case. If the current draft of the scheme were accepted, you would find that there was less, if any, real protection of the special character areas than there was before. The Pennock decision gave certainty to policy provisions in respect to those areas because it said that those policies were required to be observed and could not be ignored in the discretion of the decision makers. Before that decision in 2021, the policies had become completely unworkable because they were being ignored, and the significance of the Pennock case was being ignored. Now, as was said previously, the residents' associations have provided independent planning advice, and I accept that the planning officers of the city and this independent planner are completely at odds on that matter. My concern is that if you have such a serious and dangerous divergence of opinion about the effect of this new scheme, and you had that difference of opinion before the matter goes to the Planning Commission and the Minister for Planning, then you have a very serious problem, and I wouldn't expect that a council meeting here tonight would simply seek to solve that problem, which is why we suggest that there should be a further deferral. Now, the planning staff, with great respect to them, suggest that all of this problem can be solved by the introduction of local planning policies for the special character areas, and that they would be advertised at the same time as this draft scheme, that everybody in the community would have an opportunity to decide whether or not the policies are adequate and so forth. The problem is that local planning policies do not have to be observed by decision makers. The whole purpose of the Pennock case was to draw attention to the fact that if you put something in the scheme, then the decision maker is obliged by it because the scheme has legal authority. The local planning policy, and we see this time and time again with DAP decisions in other areas, are routinely ignored by the decision makers. Now, I'm not saying a local planning staff member deciding an issue in respect of a house in Eagle Bay or Yallingup would ignore it, but the reality of life is that his decision is subject to appeal to the Supreme Court, exactly as it was in the Pennock case. And what happened? The court said, hold on a second, this scheme provision has to be observed. That's what the court said. That's what our planner says. And the officers, as I understand them, are saying, well, that can be done through local planning policies. I submit to you, councillors, that is not correct. And even if you don't necessarily accept that it's not correct, you should, in my respectful submission, accept that there is a real argument about that, which needs to be decided before you send a draft off to the Minister for his unilateral decision.
Sorry, the buzzer didn't go off, but your time's out.
It didn't go off.
Did it go off?
Well, I'm not obliged, am I? One last point, if I may.
10 seconds.
It is said that the whole purpose of advertising is to allow the community to have its say. I say to that, after the Minister and the Planning Commission have had their say, the limitation on the community to have a say, a real say in respect of matters of policy, of certainty, is very, very much reduced, and you put yourself in a very dangerous position.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. Next, we have John Reid from Ray White, Stock Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not here on behalf of Ray White, Stock Preston. I'm here on behalf of myself.
Oh, sorry. I'm just reading off the sheet.
My name is John Reid and I'm here to speak on item 11.1, consent to advertise LPS 22. As I said, my name is John Reid. I live in Little John Road, just off Quedgenup Drive, which is the longest cul-de-sac in the city of Busselton, for those of you who haven't been there. I've been living in Quedgenup since 1995. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the item. Having been a councillor for 9 years, I appreciate the work you all do, and often at personal cost. And planning in my day was a hell of a lot less complicated than it is now. City planning staff have commented that LPS 22 is policy neutral. which does not compute when you consider the Consolidated Commonage Structure Plan and the subsequent iterations which have been endorsed by Council and WAPC and allows for lots of 1 hectare. Where I live, the bulk of surrounding lots are between 1 and 1.5 hectares. So getting on to LPS 22, in quoting it, it said, it seeks to minimise further subdivision of rural residential zone land, which is hardly policy neutral. I believe this statement renders this section of LPS 22 flawed. Your planning staff and council, if in agreement with this position, has decided to basically limit the opportunity to live within the residential area created by council previously. I've been in real estate in Busselton Duns for 50 years, and I can attest to the fact that people want to live in rural residential areas, so LPS 22 in its current form will deny many people that opportunity. It goes on to say that subdivision under the 3 hectare minimum, which is proposed in Scheme 22, could only be supported. It goes on to say that under the 3 minimum hectare could only be supported where there is a demonstrable wider community benefit. So the scheme currently says that you can have 1 hectare lot. Now, in this proposal, it says you may be able to do that under LPS 22, but there has to be a demonstrable wider community benefit. However, other than bushfire safety, it doesn't define the definition of community benefit. What are to we understand constitute that benefit? The community may just perceive that being able to purchase and live on a lot of 1 hectare, which is 2.7 acres in the old money, provides a significant lifestyle benefit. I contend that LPS 22 is effectively de-zoning land with its 3 hectare minimum, which will have consequences for the owners of affected lots in that area. Those people may have purchased their land with the expectation of further subdivision. LPS 22 will, in its current form, dash those hopes. Several neighbours and myself commissioned Carve Urban to make a submission to your staff on the draft scheme, which I believe some councillors may have seen. In part of a response to Carve Urban, a member of your planning department says, quote, noting the significant cost of vacant land in Commonage area, currently $1 million average, it is not clear that further subdivision will deliver demand. The reason price is high is that there is a very limited supply. And the way to moderate the price is to increase supply. This can be done, in my opinion, responsibly without affecting the character and amenity of the area. So Commonage is an area of diverse landscapes, vegetation and character, and I would support council giving more time and effort to creating how you can have a lot of 1 hectare and giving them a clear guide as to people's options. This could be achieved by an additional workshop for councillors and planning staff to come to a consensus, which, judging by item 16.4 on your agenda,
Thank you, John.
does not seem to have a consensus. So thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Cronin.
Thank you, John.
And I urge your council tonight to defer that item for further consideration.
Next, I have Victoria Ewan from the Busselton Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Hello, Victoria.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, CEO and officers. My name is Victoria Ewan. I'm here on behalf of the Busselton Chamber of Commerce, representing the concerns and aspirations of the local businesses, ensuring that their interests are heard and considered in the decisions that impact our region's economic future. I'm here today to address the significant concerns raised by the businesses in our community regarding the draft local planning scheme, While we understand the need for an updated planning framework and the pressures from the state government, it's imperative that this process be approached carefully, transparently and inclusively to avoid unintended consequences for businesses and property owners, as we've previously heard by the speakers. The key concerns that we have is the lack of transparency and engagement. The businesses have reached out to express concerns about the lack of clarity and consultation in the development of the draft scheme. The proposed process, sending the draft to the ministers before advertising, does not align with the Department of Planning's guidance on the strategic roles of council in planning. And once the draft is advertised, as previously said, it will be significantly harder for the landowners to effect changes, leaving the councillors vulnerable to backlash if the process is seen as inadequate. The impact on the business operations, the changes dictate detailed controls over the business activities and their permissible locations. This risk stifles business flexibility and investment if not handled strategically. Examples are prohibitive of hotels and rural zones, which undermines the region's tourism potential and conflicts with our push for the airport expansion and increased tourism. And existing successful tourism businesses might benefit from the reclassification to a rural zone, but I've been told that this analysis has not been thoroughly addressed in the council report. Reputational risks. The officers' report acknowledged reputational risks, but mitigates them only by promising consultation after the draft is finalised. This approach puts the cart before the horse and it leaves insufficient room for genuine input from the affected stakeholders. And the Department of Planning emphasises the strategic focus of local governments in preparing schemes, and councils are responsible for ensuring planning strategies are contemporary and fit for purpose. However, it seems that this draft does not yet reflect the strategic community-driven considerations. We recommend we have full transparency and a detailed review. The proposed changes to the planning scheme must be outlined and detailed with specific areas and impacts clearly identified. Perhaps grandfather clauses could be incorporated to protect existing businesses from operational restrictions due to the zoning changes. A dedicated council workshop could be convened with representatives from the business community, including the Chambers of Commerce in Dunsborough and Busselton, to discuss the draft and evaluate its impacts before sending it to the minister. And feedback from this workshop could be incorporated into the draft before advertising, ensuring the process is open, transparent and aligned with the community's needs. Support for the tourism and the business growth to reinstate hotel as a use in the rural zone to maintain flexibility for future tourism developments. Analysing existing tourism businesses and considering reclassifying suitable ones into a tourist zone to unlock potential for the growth and investment. And given the upcoming Christmas shutdown and the election timeline, there's not really an urgent need to rush this process. So let us take that time to refine the scheme and conduct a workshop to ensure that it serves the community effectively. In closing, as councillors, your role is to focus on strategic planning and safeguard the interests of our community. I urge you to support the workshop to allow for a detailed and inclusive review for the draft scheme. And by doing so, you can ensure that this process strengthens rather than undermines our local economy and the trust that you represent. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Victoria. Gary, was there any comments you wanted to make on that? Well, only that Councillor Love has made.
Mr Mayor, is there a specific question you'd like clarity on?
I would like a little bit of clarity myself. What is the due process for implementing a new local planning scheme?
Thanks, through the Mayor. The process is prescribed in the regulations. So the draft is prepared. We have to send it to the Minister for consent to advertising and to the EPA. Once the minister consents to advertising, it will go through a comprehensive consultation process with the community. Once the consultation process ends, the submissions are compiled. Officers would likely then workshop those submissions with council to determine if there's any changes needed to be made to the scheme. And perhaps good reference is the recent process that Margaret River Shire has gone through, where they obviously got consent from the minister, and to my knowledge there weren't changes to that document from the minister. They received, I think, something like 300 submissions from their community, and they're now going through the process of making changes to that document to send back to the minister and WAPC for endorsement.
Yeah, and in your experience of working in planning, I know that through state government it has changed, the process has changed slightly, but have you seen that cities or shires have been successful in getting changes made on that second section of that act, like, you know, after we've sent it to the minister and the community's been consulted? Have you seen that shires and cities have been successful in implementing changes to the local planning scheme?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it always has to align with the planning framework, but certainly I'd put it this way, I've never seen a scheme that is in its same form from advertising to what is finally then sent to the minister. There's always changes because the community needs to have a say, and that's when the changes get made through an appropriate process that involves the whole community.
Yeah, and then lastly, sorry, but could you just give a quick rundown as to the changes that have gone towards the tourism zoning? How there was previously, I believe, we had the distinction with tourism facilities between like chalets, bed and breakfast and that. Could you just give a slight bit of context on that and non-conforming uses, please?
So some of the land use definitions under the state have changed. So the Shire, previous Shire of Busselton, and then the City of Busselton had a number of its own, I guess, nuanced definitions that were in the previous scheme and our current scheme, relating to rural tourist accommodation and chalets, etc. The reforms to the planning system have introduced different definitions. The hotel use in particular is a very limited definition, and it basically refers to something that has a liquor licence, a hotel liquor licence under the Liquor Licensing Act. It's not to say that a development that people might consider to be a hotel couldn't be developed under one of those other definitions. So that's why the community really needs to see what those definitions are to understand how that might impact their future development potential. In terms of non-conforming uses, that's a standard provision in all schemes and the deemed provisions. So if you have an approval under a previous scheme and that use ceases to become approvable in that zone, as long as that use continues, they have a non-conforming use, they can continue to operate it. And there's also mechanisms that they can seek extension or expansion of that business. It just goes through a process with the public advertising, etc.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Next we have John Forrest, again speaking on item 11.1.
Good evening, Phil, Tony, councillors and everybody else in the chamber. I'm here concerning the proposed special control area, like term SK8, outlined on page 39 of your agenda, which includes the following statement. A discrete area of rural land in the Wannerup locality adjacent to the Ramsar listed wetlands is intended to be incorporated into the SKA. Due to the high water table and fragility of the neighbouring wetland ecosystem, this area is considered unsuitable for extractive industry. That's on page 39 of your agenda. This has a targeted impact on my land, Rarely is a scheme so specifically directed towards one landowner as it appears in this proposal. The referred area clearly applies to my land and only my land, owned by my family for 4, coming up 5 generations, the Forrest family. It serves to constrain its use for an express purpose that may carry significant compensation consequences. My initial legal advice indicates that rezoning the land into the proposed SCA could create a right to compensation. However, this is not something I would like to pursue against my local government. It's not in the best interest. And in any case, such a targeted approach contradicts principles of sound town planning. Extractive industry and compliance with the environmental standards. The city is well aware that I have conducted lawful extractive industry activities on this land due to the high quality limestone, which I mine for local and regional building projects in the district. The proposed restriction contradicts state planning policies aimed at ensuring the extraction of valuable resources such as limestone, sand, gravel and other deposits. The broadly stated concerns about high water table and fragility of the wetland ecosystem are environmental matters controlled by the Department of Environment, both state and federal. If environmental approval for extraction cannot be obtained due to impacts on the Ramsar listed wetland, the landowner would be unable to proceed regardless. Make no mistake, councillors, this is not good planning. It's definitely not good planning. This is targeted at my operations and it is intended to do so not for a proper planning purpose, but to deal with the views of some that extraction should not occur in this area, regardless of the views of the Department of Environment, state and federal. Additionally, imposing a zoning restriction preemptively deprives me of my legal property rights without a proper assessment or a transparent development approval process where the heights of the water table and impacts of the Ramsar wetland are subject of proper assessment by the Department of Environment. Yes, and also lack of consultation and transparency. I expect direct consultation during the public review process. Given the clear targeted nature of this proposal, my land is the only parcel within the Wonrup locality adjacent to the Ramsar listed wetland that could support extractive industry. Despite this, I was not approached, not consulted for specific input before this recommendation was drafted. Jurisdictional overreach and proper planning process. The Department of Environment, under federal and state environmental legislation, has already granted relevant environmental approvals for extractive industry on this land. For the City of Busselton to impose further constraints exceeding the department's standards represents regulatory overreach that goes beyond proper planning. Planning zones should not be used as blunt instruments to curtail approved activities, especially where the environmental approvals have been secured. If I can meet the relevant environmental criteria set by state and federal departments, I should be allowed to proceed without arbitrary restriction imposed through zoning changes. So my motion to Council, for those reasons, I respectfully request that the Council remove the specific reference to my land in SKA 8, amend the proposed SKA by striking out the paragraph referring to a discrete area of rural land in the Wonrup locality adjacent to the Ramsar listed wetlands. Allow development approvals to proceed properly. I wish to state again that I can obtain environmental approvals from the Department of Environment and comply with the state planning policy. 2.4, I should be able to continue extractive industries without respective zoning provisions. Avoid targeted planning measures. Good planning requests zoning planning provisions applied equitably and not directed at specific landowners consistent with principles of orderly and proper planning. I urge Council to consider these points carefully and amend the proposed SKA 8 to ensure that the zoning is applied fairly and lawfully rather than being used as a means of preemptively restricting lawful use of land on the basis of the views of the Council rather than the views of the Department of Environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 1 second over. Thank you, Mr. Forrest. Okay, now I have Larry Guys, who's speaking on item 11.4. Proposed Springfield structure plan, lot 3965. Promenage Road, Yellingham. Consideration for final approval. Okay, sorry.
You did, thank you.
It's all just on a very big.
I don't think they'd be happy with you doing that one.
That was working, sorry, sir. Oh.
You did briefly appear. It did briefly appear when you touched on.
You took my joke away.
There it is, it's there now. Yes.
Had to be done.
Oh, that'll be very difficult. There's so many changes. Yeah, I really, it's, much simpler, please.
Yep, that'll work.
Full screen. Okay, you have 30 seconds.
That'll still work.
Please go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, councillors and those present. Larry Geismer, Cross Planning, representing the owners of lot 3965, Commonwealth Road, known as Springfield. As you say, speaking on item 11.4. And on my right is Kirsten Muir-Thompson, who is the environmental consultant from Accento Australia, who will be able to assist with any questions should there be some. Many of you will, of course, be familiar with the Consolidated Community Structure Plan. This was endorsed by the WAPC 2004, and you'll notice in the blue outline at the bottom is the subject land. During advertising of the draft structure plan, a number of submissions expressed concern that it departs from the consolidated structure plan, especially in relation to lot sizes, and they're the points that I will be addressing. The consolidated structure plan expires in 2005. Under the planning regulations, all structure plans have an expiry date. This reflects that circumstances change over time. So consequently, we took advice from the WAPC as well as council officers. And the WAPC advised that a separate structure plan be prepared for Springfield, and that once and if approved, this will supersede the consolidated structure plan. In relation to lot sizes, WAPC policy and existing local planning scheme 21 provide for a minimum lot size. Rural residential zone land is a scarce resource that should be used wisely. WAPC policy does not normally allow new residential areas, so using existing land that is zoned efficiently is important. Also, the city's local planning strategy specifically encourages rural residential consolidation in Dunbarton and the Commonwealth, and Springfield is properly suited to a more consolidated rural residential subdivision. Proposed lot sizes in our structure plan vary from 1 to 9 hectares, averaging 1.48 or thereabouts. The revised structure plan includes 5 hectare lots adjoining Commonwealth Road, which is a travel route corridor, 16 lots over 1.5 hectares. Large areas of remnant vegetation are included in larger lots, and contrary to some perceptions, 1 to 1.5 hectare lots are not small. The 2,000 square metre building envelopes are equivalent to 2 quarter-acre blocks. They make up only 20% of the 1 hectare lot and 13% of a 1.5 hectare lot. So these are still quite generous. Also, already there are more than 60 lots of 1 to 1.5 hectares nearby to Springfield. The variety of the lots that we're proposing is not radical or without precedent. You can see here marked in yellow the number of lots of that size in the vicinity. This is the subject land. At 105 hectares, it's one of the very few large properties in the Commonwealth yet to be subdivided for rural residential. As you can see, it's predominantly cleared, and its environmental and landscape features can be protected, as we've endeavoured to show through the technical studies and the design approach. There was a draft structure plan that initially we took to the nearby neighbours for their comments, and we weren't required to do so, but it was the owners' intentions to consult directly with those owners. We made a number of immediate changes as a result, which were also advertised along with this plan. The modifications included a reduction of 6 lots, and in the interest of time, I won't go into the other changes that were made. But it did result in the revised structure plan that is now on your agenda and recommended. In terms of the following, please note this in relation to the remnant vegetation. 15 hectares, I'm not sure whether, was my time started from...
No, it started at the right time. I mean, we have seen a lot of this beforehand.
I know your standing orders do allow for some extension. Is that possible, please, under the circumstances? Okay, thank you. So I'll flick through these numbers, these stats for you. They speak for themselves on how much vegetation is protected, how little is actually going to be removed. So significantly, none of the trees with any suitable hollows are to be removed, and 97% of the vegetation is being retained. In relation to the vegetation for landscape and ecological linkages, there's also significant additional planting, which will result in a ratio of at least 30 new trees planted for every 1 removed, and potentially up to 40 depending on the spacings. The habitat for black cockatoo will be increased by 180%, and a significant number of additional trees. Thank you. I did have some photographic examples of the plantings, what they look like in 2, 4 and 10 years, and also visual indications. I'm sorry.
Could I ask a question, please?
Is it a clarification question?
No, it's a question. Mr. Guys, bearing in mind that this is in conjunction kind of with the LPS draft tonight, and Councillor McNish has got a motion up to defer the LPS to go to a workshop. Would you be, would your clients be open to waiting a couple of months so that this proposal could go to that workshop to discuss the lot sizes?
Through the chair, I can't speak on my client's behalf in that respect because I haven't been able to pose that question to them. What I would say though is that this is compliant with the existing scheme planning framework, and we think that it stands on its own merit. Thank you.
Can I just ask a quick point of clarification, please, to Mr Barber? Can you confirm that the building envelopes would be 2,000 square metres on these lots? I was under the impression they would be 1,000 square metres, but they would be 2,000 square metres?
It's two.
Sorry, Councillor Cox, the
Presentation
proposed...
just said that they would be 2,000 square metres, the building envelopes.
Yes.
They would be 2,000 square metres. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. So we now move on to items brought forward and the adoption by exception resolutions. So adoption by exception resolutions en bloc. The recommendation is the committee recommendations for item 10.1, 10.3, 10.5, 10.6, 10.7, 10.8 and 10.9, and the officers' recommendations for items 13.1, 15.1, 15.2, 18.1 and 18.2 be adopted en bloc. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Cagg, seconded Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? Being no opposition, I put the motion forward. All those in favour? The motion is carried 9-0. I now move on to urgent business. Councillors, I do have a request from Councillor Michaela Love for the Council to consider an item of urgent business. As presiding member and with regard to the provisions of the standing orders, I have consented to the Council considering this request and will allow this item of urgent business to be moved forward for consideration at this point. The item of urgent business is for the Council to consider a revocation and change motion with respect to the Council decision C2411/337, the Saltwater Budget Amendment and Communications Plan. For this motion to be considered, we first require to resolve whether the Council will consider the item of urgent business. Councillor Love, I invite you to move. Oh, sorry, I will let you read this before we move on. So under section 5.9 of the City's standing orders, firstly I need to move a motion that we actually consider this. So do I have a mover?
I would, once it's up, sorry.
Sorry, we got the wrong screen here. Sorry, yep.
Once it comes up, I would like to move the motion as written.
We've got some.
So through the
Oh,
chair,
this
just
is
to
just to
clarify,
move for the,
correct.
yeah, okay, yeah.
So you're moving a motion
We're just
that
moving-
the council
Yeah,
resolves to
all right,
consider
so,
the item.
yeah, just moving to consider an item of urgent business, please.
Do I have a seconder? Is there any opposition? There is opposition, therefore, please speak to your motion to have this motion. Thank you.
If we look to the standing orders 5.9 urgent business, clause B, point 2I, the delay in referring the business to the next, the reason why this is essential to be dealt with now is because the delay in referring the business to the next meeting of the council could have adverse financial implications for the local government. It's quite clear when you look back to last month's meeting that for a number of motions, at least 3, that council could not reach a decision. The motions were carried 3-5, 4-4, 3-5. Finally, it landed on 6-2. I've had elected members who had voted in favour of the carried substantive motion voice their regret at having voted that way. I obviously wasn't here to be able to debate on the matter. It appears to me as though elected members felt pressured to come to a consensus to enable the release of information to the public, as that was quite a contentious issue within the community.
Point of, please take a seat, Councillor. I think you beat me. Your point of order, please.
Imputing motive.
Imputing a motive.
Is that in the standing order?
Councillor Lai was imputing that councillors voted set away because they felt under pressure. That's not for her to say. She's imputing motive into their actions.
Thank you. Please. Councillor McNish, could you be clear on which part of the standing orders you're referring to?
8.16.2.
Sorry, with the microphone, if you may. Thank you.
8.16.2.
8.16.2. I will agree to that. Councillor Love, please stick to the actual point of what the motion is as to your reason for this urgent business. Thank you.
I think I've pretty much covered it, that I'm wanting to revisit this motion of council due to the fact that it pertains to legal ramifications for the local government, and that there was quite a quite a lot of back and forth, it appears. Obviously, I wasn't here last month, but just looking back at the minutes, and I would like to revisit the issue, considering there wasn't a full attendance of council.
Thank you, Councillor Love.
Can I just ask a question, please, if I may?
With clarification.
What was urgent in that address?
The fact that if the CEO enters into the loan before next month, before we come back from council recess, then we've already entered into that financial commitment. So essentially I wouldn't have been able to revisit the council decision.
Thank you, Councillor.
Further question? Mr. CEO, have you gone out to the public to advertise that you will be taking out this loan?
Yes, Councillor Ryan, we have advertised our notice of intention to borrow. That doesn't actually sign the documents for the loan, so it indicates to the community that, as per the council decision on the day, on the evening, that the intention is to borrow. When that period is finished, obviously we'll continue to lodge the paperwork in the meantime. Some of that work has already been prepared in anticipation.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak? Seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with what Councillor Love has said and her reasons for putting this forward as an urgent item of business to be considered by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Do I have opposition? Councillor McNeish.
Yes, I oppose this. I'm dealing with the three issues that were supposedly so urgent that we have to revisit a decision that really took months to come up to. No financial, there's financial implications. Okay, so do people understand that $5 million, plus or minus, retained in reserve, earning 5% credit interest, is the same as pays for borrowing $5 million at 5% interest. It is a cost-neutral situation for this. So there is no financial ramifications. In fact,
I will ask that you speak to the, I know it's a tough one, but we're speaking to the motion whether this should at least be debated.
Yes, I understand,
so
sir.
the urgency,
Yeah,
I
thank you.
understand,
So
but we're
there are
talking about
three-
items that are included in the debate. Sorry.
There were three reasons for urgency. The financial implications, of which there are none. The fact that it went to and fro on the night, well, guess what? Local government 101. That's what happens to everything. Standard debate, and it proceeded through an hour or so. We signed off the minutes right to the end. Okay, so unsure how that creates any urgency. In fact, sets a dangerous precedent. Really, it is, you just want to change the decision and you weren't here. Okay. And that's really what we're about, isn't it?
Thank you.
So let's be honest.
Okay, Speaker 4. Speaker against? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. Yeah, I also don't see the urgency in this because I don't see the financial ramifications. What I am considerably concerned about is the precedent that when a councillor is not here for a meeting, so not privy to all the discussion that happened.
I'm going to stick, please, to the motion.
Yeah, when they come back, they don't agree with the decision.
The councillor's right to do this. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you.
I get that, but it
Sure.
sets a dangerous precedent.
Speaker 4. Speaker against? Councillor Ryan.
I'm speaking against because I also do not see the urgency in this. A decision was made. We are told, as under the regulations, that we should abide by council decisions, and I think it's important that we do that. I think also from what the CEO said about the advertising for the loan, sends a huge message to the community that this is what we were going to do. Oh, but now we're not going to do it because one councillor was away.
I'll just speak for only that I will say that the reason for the financial side of the urgency is that I believe that this decision will be a financial weight, or it will be a financial anything on the ratepayers, and therefore if this is why I've made the decision that this can come back. So that's my choice. Thank you. Speaker against? Speaker for? Councillor Craig.
I see this as urgent because I was one of the people who signed for it to come back, and for that reason I'm speaking for it. I can see the precedents that it may set, but it was a 4-4 tie all the way through. I was the one who fell on my sword to have changes made, and I'm just supporting that the council's given the opportunity to revisit if they so choose.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor Love, your rebuttal.
Just that I question the councillors that were opposed, saying that there was no financial implications, considering that we're looking to fund that. I don't want to really enter into the actual item, but considering that we're looking to fund this additional loan from rates, increasing the rates, there's quite a financial implication from this item.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Therefore, I put the substantive motion that the council resolves to consider an urgent item, that is the resolution, the revocation, is it? Revocation and change motion with respect to the council decision C2411-337 Saltwater Budget Amendment and Communication Plan. All those in favour? All the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 4. Therefore, the motion is carried 5-4. Now I'll move on to the item of urgent business. I can just get that on the screen, thank you. Please. Councillor Ryan, please. I want some professionalism here. Thank you. Okay. So the motion is in front of you, the revocation and change motion, that the council, with respect to the council decision C2411-337. I'll let you read those points and I'll give you some time to review these changes. Councillors, have you had time to read? Councillor Love, do you wish to put your motion?
I would like to move my motion as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Cox. Is there any opposition? There is opposition. Councillor Love, can you speak to your motion?
We'll just make a quick comment about councillors believing that I'm setting a precedent. I am actually following due council process. I would like to just reiterate that. Thank you very much. Officers' recommendation in the November agenda recommended that the building reserve fund the shortfall of the funds required of about 5 million, give or take. The purpose of this reserve is to provide funding for the major renewal, replacement, upgrading and future building requirements. The city's previous long-term financial plan provided for transfer to the building reserve of $26 million over the next 10 years. This reserve holds sufficient funds to not only fund this portion of the project's funding shortfall, but also in the city's previous draft long-term financial plan provides for a transfer to the building, provides that transfer to the building reserve of that 26 million, taking into consideration that it will expend 19.4 million. So it will still leave essentially about 5.6 million, giving into consideration that this is a long-term financial plan, nothing set in stone. There could be other factors that could either increase that or decrease that. So why take out a loan and pay additional money in interest rates when we have the adequate funding within our reserves? It does not make financial sense. Well, it has been touted in the minutes of last month's agenda that this loan should be progressed to ensure the completion of the new facility is funded by current and future ratepayers, restoring a measure of intergenerational equity to the funding mix. Yet I pose the question, what is intergenerational equity? Well, intergenerational equity refers to the fair distribution of resources, opportunities and responsibilities across different age groups and generations. It emphasises the idea that no generation should bear an undue burden or receive an excessive benefit at the expense of another, ensuring that current and future generations have equitable access to social, economical and environmental resources. Generational equity aims to balance the needs of the present with the sustainability of the future. And so in 2005, I was discovering and researching and went back to, it was consultation transpired which actually identified the need for a purpose-built building for the arts with a mixture of commercial and community organisations to assist in the viability of the building. And then further, in 2015, this was confirmed by the inclusion of this project into the city's strategic community plan. So essentially, this project has been requested by portions of our community since at least 2005, nearly 20 years. We've already entered into 5 separate loan borrowings to fund this project, totalling an amount of 26.5 million. That is more than half of the new project's total of $550,000, with additional funding supplied by the state government, federal government, Lottery Rest and Rio Tinto, totalling up to 12...
Point of order.
Please take your seat, Councillor Love.
Relevance, really? We need to go through a 10-year history of where the funding's come from for sponsorship. I mean, I'm looking at something that we've just been... I'm looking at something that we've just been given, 1 to 4, and now I'm getting a history lesson. I mean, can we speak to 1 to 4?
Thank you. We have only funded 5.1 million from our reserves and restricted assets. Therefore, it makes sense to fund the rest of the required amount of the roughly $5 million through our various reserves to actually ensure generational equity. This project was originally flagged as a community priority by our past community, so it only makes sense to fund from a reserve which the community has been contributing into in prior years through our budgeting. Because maybe now we should consider and look at what is intergenerational inequity. Intergenerational inequity refers to the unequal distribution of resources, opportunities and burdens across generations. Younger generations, primarily millennials born 1981 to 1996, Generation Z, born 1997 to 2012, and Generation Alpha face greater intergenerational inequity compared to older generations. So why are we further... All right, so I strongly urge elected members to not further increase the intergenerational inequities to the younger members by it.
Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll keep it brief. I concur again with what Councillor Love, the points that she's raised, and actually I commend her for having the bravery to bring this back and have it reconsidered, because I sat through the council meeting last month and it was very difficult for an absolute majority to be achieved with regard to this issue. And as Councillor McNish has alluded to, that's just the way it goes with debate. Doesn't always mean you're going to get the best outcome though. So I was actually quite happy to have this issue revisited, because again, I'm a strong supporter of not procuring the additional money from a loan and having the additional annual repayments for the loan and putting that loan onto future generations. I am in favour of procuring the money from money that we already have sitting in reserve funds, from the new infrastructure development reserve, legal expenses reserve and community facilities restricted reserve. And there's nothing to say that we couldn't take out a loan. I think it just makes more fiscal sense to use the money that we already have. I debated this last time. When interest rates, it looks like to me that interest rates, somebody who follows economics fairly closely, although as I've been told by Councillor McNish, I am no expert, it looks like interest rates may go down next year, and that would be a better time to procure a loan if we needed to, once the reserve was already used. So I would urge you to revisit this issue and think about the fiscal responsibility. I definitely don't think that the community needs an additional 1% rate rise to cover the cost of this loan. So I welcome the opportunity to revisit the long-term financial plan to alleviate the financial burden from the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, a number of points to correct from those comments. Borrowing $5 million will be needed to repay the reserve that you take the $5 million out of. So let's just think about that. The proposed funding, the $5 million needed, after raiding 8 other reserves, I might add, taking money from the building reserve was an overreach, given all the other reserves that were skimmed off to pay for what was needed, the cost increase. So looking at the building reserve, we think, oh, well, that building reserve, we've been told over the last 6 months about asset management, is part of our reserve structure that's leading edge. We've done all the asset management plans, and it's indicated that we've got the right amount in there. And we put that in the long-term financial plan. However, in the long-term financial plan, you'll find that the building reserve for the Saltwater project, in year 1, how much money goes into that to help replace the Saltwater building when it needs replacing? Year 1, 0. Year 2, 0. 3, 0. Year 4, 5 and 6, 0, 0, 0. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0, 0, 0. It's been zeroed out. All right? So we're not only taking $5 million from the building reserve for all of the local government's buildings, that money has been put into there by past ratepayers. We're not only taking all that, and we're zeroing out the money, the building reserve money for the Saltwater, to then try and fund this. Well, what a false economy. Seriously? 5%, as I said before, it doesn't matter where the money's come from. You need the money. So if you take it from the building reserve, you need to borrow the money to put back in the building reserve. Otherwise, you're stealing from the previous generations. Those people who put the money into the reserve, they put it in over the years, as been noted. And they might have left town, gone, who knows. Borrowing the money is the fairest thing, because the people who use the facility, they're then paying back that money. So that's what intergenerational equity is, the fairness. You're not stealing money from people who have put it in there already. The people who use it, they're paying the money. Okay? So the money's needed, it's 5 million. You can either get it from reserve or get it, from the bank. Doesn't matter where you get it, because, geez, the money's needed. New money. If you take money from the reserve now, you're just going to need to put money in the reserve later. So that's just a completely false argument. Don't be swayed by that. As for reputational damage, hokey pokey, in, out. Okay, that's, we've advertised for the reserve, but the newspaper article goes out, we're going to fund it from like this, and we're going to, another newspaper article next week, if this gets through, oh no, we've changed our mind. We've advertised for the loan, the loan advertising hasn't even finished yet. So we're saying to the public, this is what we're proposing to do, borrow the money, but we change our mind, we'll send you a letter out saying, oh, don't worry about responding, because we really don't care what you say. The advertising period hasn't even finished. This is how ludicrous this is, simply because someone wasn't here on the night, and this is how this matter has arisen in front of us now at such short notice, where it took months and months to deliberate on. So highly disappointing. Precedent setting, well, allowable under the system, because it's set up for emergencies and urgencies. There are times when you do need to revisit things, when new information comes to light, and that's why you have an urgent. But just because someone wasn't here, well, they thought it was a bit tough on the night, well, you don't like the heat, out of the kitchen. Thank you very much.
No.
Yep. Yeah, I guess all I'm going to mention on there, because we have, we've all had this discussion pretty in depth last week. The only thing I'm going to add to that there is I think Councillor Love is well in her rights to do the revocation of the decision, and it is a large decision. It required a majority decision, and now we have all councillors here, so it's only fair that she gets to have that input. We were at an impasse. It was a very difficult decision. There had to be a compromise for something to be resolved. I think it's great. Well within your right to have this opportunity. All councillors are here to make this majority decision. I don't think I'm going to add anything further, because we have all had this debate. So I guess mainly the importance is on Councillor Love hearing from the rest of the councillors. So I'd encourage you to vote the way you would like to vote. Thank you.
I'm going to speak against. I would like to know what other things are going to be affected, because the money is now going to be, if we vote for it, taken out of reserves. What other things that we will be promising our community are now going to suffer because of that? What about the airport? What about sports and rec? A number of councillors on this council espoused that it would be a fixed price contract. Well, now we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. Nobody wants a rate rise, but nobody wanted cost blowouts as well. How many times were we told, it'd just be a cup of coffee each week? The opportunity to cut costs was ours in this upcoming year. The long-term financial plan did say an 8% rate rise, but that didn't mean that we had to have it. Other councils do it. We could look at what we're spending and say, no, we're not doing that, we're going to cut our rates. So we don't have to charge 8% in this upcoming year. And consider the reputational damage of this council and the city of Busselton. Consider that when advertising has gone out, when we made a resolution at the last meeting, albeit you weren't there, Councillor Love, And let me also remind you, a decision is a decision. And we did reach a majority decision. We did. Yes, it was tough debate, but I've been in tough debate before. It exists. But there will be a backlash on this. Mark my words. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Speaker 4, Councillor Cagg.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I signed for this to come back to council was because on the 30th of November, when we had the ordinary council meeting, this item was confidential, behind closed doors. It was a 4-all draw all the way through. We couldn't come to contention. But we needed to have a result because we have money put aside that had to be brought into the budget to be spent, that had already been put in for this project. And I was the one who fell on my sword to compromise in this situation. One, to allow it to go to community rather than have it behind closed doors again. And although I lost a lot of sleep trying to make up my mind whether I wanted to do a loan or whether I wanted to come from the building reserve, my final decision was that I thought the building reserve was the best, but I compromised by going against that gut feeling. I do realise that if this goes ahead tonight, it's opening up a can of worms for all our future meetings, and I'm still really concerned about that. But I do believe that with all council here, as Councillor Kenny said, it will allow for all councillors to make this final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against? Councillor Lee.
Thank you. If you would like to hear my comprehensive reason against this, you're welcome to go back and have a look at the YouTube footage where it was pretty comprehensive. But I just want to cover off on some of the points that Councillor Love made. Yes, she's absolutely correct. The community wanted a performing arts building. Did they want it for $50 million when we had just come out of a global pandemic and economists were saying, we don't know what's happening in the world? We've worked incredibly hard to build gold standard reserves over the years to ensure asset management into the future. It's important that we maintain those. And Councillor McNish is right. We could get the money from a loan or we could take it from reserves. And we all have different opinions on that, hence we're here. I don't have a problem revisiting it. But this is a contentious project, one which the federal government, through RDA Southwest, advised against. The state government, through Southwest Development Commission, advised against.
Councillor Lee, I will slightly turn you back to the point that we are debating here, which is the revocation and change motion. I think before we were talking about money, talking about people's views before the Saltwater, which is already a decision that has been made by council. I just would
I don't have an issue with the decision.
to walk.
I don't have an issue with the decision. And we've
caution.
all agreed that we will work hard to make sure this project is successful, because that's what we want. We want it to be successful. If it's going to be there, let it be successful. Let us do whatever we can to make it successful. But this is a contentious project in the community. We have constantly got feedback about that. And that was my decision, was based upon getting a loan so that in future years it's very, very clear where the money has come from to pay for Saltwater. Once we start going into reserves, future councillors down the track are going to go, where did that come from again? Where was that? What reserve did that? The people are going to lose sight of that. They will. But if we have it as a separate entity, a separate line item, it allows the community to have full transparency to see where the money is coming from. So the money's got to come from somewhere. But we know we have big projects coming up. The community has said they want sport and rec. We know that that's going to cost in excess of circa $120 million. Where are we going to get that from? So I just think that the decision it needs to be considered with all factors. The money's got to come from somewhere. There's no doubt about that. We need to finish the project. But we need to do it taking into account what the community has said and that they're concerned about the cost blowout. We know it's happened. I could predict that it was going to happen. It was pretty obvious. So we need to be transparent and make sure that the community can see exactly where the money is coming from.
Are you leaving? You can't get involved in debate, sorry. Okay. Sorry, no, please take the seat. It's. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Speaker 4? It's interesting why we are debating this in the way we are. There is really, all I can see is that we are talking about whether we took a loan out or whether we took money from a reserve. We love looking up facts, and we, as councillors, need to make informed decisions, as we did. As Councillor said, it was behind closed doors, so it's great that we can have this debate in front of the public now. So the financial review, looking at the RBA rates, the medium forecast, and this is from a Bloomberg survey of economics, so I can give you all the reference, chart Michael Reed, AFR, source Bloomberg, RBA. Currently, the interest rates are around 4.4%. So if we were to lock in a loan, what would that percent be? 4.4%. Now, it is predicted within the next few years to drop to at least 3.25%. Okay, so what does that mean? We're taking out a $5 million loan over 10 years. Let's just do some very quick math. That is around $60,000. Let's be conservative, $50,000 a year. Over 10 years, and that's predicting the rates to continue dropping. So, but we'll be safe. Let's stick with that figure. That's $500,000 that by making an informed decision, not locking in a loan at the highest point of the market as the market drops. We can talk about where we've got all the other reserves, but those monies also drop, so we don't make money. So therefore, we'll be paying up here and getting interest down here. So if we want to make a simple choice, and this was really what I was trying to get across last time, that we are making an informed decision that will cost the ratepayers over $500,000 because we want to lock in something so that everyone can see where the money's coming from. We have hundreds of millions of dollars going through the bank account all the time. We move monies around from different reserves all the time. And should we need some money in that near future, for example, a new leisure centre, which is not predicted for another 10 years, or for an airport that is not predicted for a number of years, we would then be locking in the loan at a predicted interest rate a lot less than we're about to lock in today. So we are having no arguments over anything else that came up in this, apart from this loan. So therefore, I would press all councillors to consider what I am saying based on the fact that we are not changing any other parts of this motion. Therefore, any councillor who makes a decision will be making a decision based on whether they take a loan out or whether they take money from reserve. And I think the public should be aware of that. For those repercussions that people talk about and robbing from Peter to pay Paul and other comments that have been made during debate. Thank you. Speaker against? Okay, therefore,
Ask a question. Can the screen just be moved down so I can see point 5? Thank you.
Councillor Love, your rebuttal, and I please would request you stick to the rebuttal and keep it not personal.
I've
Thank you.
taken notes. So firstly, Councillor McNish suggested that we would then need to get a $5 million loan to build the reserve back up. In the previous draft long-term financial plan, by year 10, the reserve would actually still have about $6.6 million left in it from transfers in and out. So yeah, actually, that's not quite correct. And then we would...
Sorry, Councillor.
And can this make sure this isn't coming off my time, please? Because I feel like it did last time.
Well, Councillor McNish hasn't said anything, unless you...
Yeah.
Point of order?
A personal explanation? Yeah. So can we just have those comments recorded? Just the comments that were just made immediately before my point of order.
You need to
recorded.
repeat back those
Or repeat back
comments,
the comments.
Councillor Love.
That Councillor McNish had said that we would then need to, if we took out this money from the reserve, that we would need to top the reserve back up with a $5 million loan. However, from my reading...
Sorry, was there more to it?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yep, from my reading of the officer's recommendation in last month's agenda, by year 10, the draft long-term financial plan should still have $6.6 million in it from the transfers in and out.
Yeah, sorry, so
Please take your seat, Councillor Love. Sorry. Point of order is this? Or
yeah, this is my personal explanation that I needed to ask the question about exactly what words were said, was because the money coming back from the interest in the reserve is factored into the long-term financial plan. So there is a financial implication. Where it's been suggested that there is no financial implication.
yeah, I don't want to get into debate. This was just you were asking for a repeat of the words.
Yeah, well,
Sorry, Councillor
I'm
Manish.
able to make an explanation as to things attributed to me.
Yeah.
And
Will those
it's
words be
not correct.
recorded? Okay, sorry. Are you happy with that explanation being made? Yeah. Okay, that's been recorded. Thank you, Councillor Manish. Councillor Love, you have some time. No, you've only had 30 seconds. So.
How have I got 30?
40
Stealing
now.
from reserves, from past reserves, was commented by councillors. But this project was pushed up as a strategic priority by the
Councillor
past...
Love, can you please take the seat?
Yeah, sorry.
I would please request the gallery, during debate. Just appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Love, I'll just let you get yourself back together. That's all right. Sure.
So it's been touted by councillors that we're stealing from reserves from our past ratepayers. But this project was identified by our past ratepayers, whether they've moved out of town, passed away, or they may still live here. So it only makes sense that these past residents actually contribute to this project. They have only contributed $5 million from our reserves thus far. And people are saying that it's simply because I didn't agree with this decision that I've revoked it. No, this decision actually affects our whole wider community, and I think it is really important that I get a chance to debate on this. I'm not going to pull in every decision that I don't agree with. I don't necessarily agree with the fact that we've moved to fortnightly council meetings. I'm not going to pull that in. It only really affects me. This affects our whole community. Then it's been touted about, what about sport and rec? What about the airport? We've got reserves for those. We've got separate reserves for those that we put money into. When we did the draft of the long-term financial plan at the start of this year, we increased the rate rise, or the rates expected from the community, to help fund our sport and rec reserve. I don't know why these are getting brought up as contentious points. We've set up these reserves for the airport and for the sport and rec. Once again, Councillor Lee brought up, would this community have wanted this after the impact of COVID and the blowout in costs? Potentially no, but the previous ratepayers did before COVID, and like I said, they've only contributed $5 million out of this $51.5 million projected cost. Like, come on guys, it's intergenerational equity. Why is it always the younger generation lumped with the fees and the sums and everything else? Number of councillors promised to, and quite a number of councillors on council right now promise to keep costs to a minimum for our community, promise to try and reduce rates, not raise rates, to pay for this project. They're the ones pushing to do it. So, and then community concern, and then it was raised that there would potentially be the reputational risk of community concern over not entering a loan that we've advertised. I would suggest to council that quite a number of the people in our community would actually welcome the fact that we're not entering into another loan, that we're potentially not going to raise rates by 1%, that we are going to fund this from the reserves that we've got money in. And that is why I urge council to support actually funding it from our reserves, not from loans, not actually putting this cost further onto the ratepayers, further onto the younger generations of people moving here. The loan schedules that we have already entered into of 5 different loans equal up to, like I said, I think it was 26.5 million off the top of my head. Let me just quickly double check.
Stick to rebuttal, please.
Well, I very much am, but it was brought up about intergenerational equity and the user pays and everything like that. Well, what about the last 20 years of this circulating around the community? Only $5 million has been put into by the ratepayers. Everything else has been funded by the future ratepayers for the next 20 years.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Very visual. So that's okay. Okay, therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour? So that's Councillor Love, Cox, Kennedy, Beecroft, Mayor Cronin and Councillor Craig. And those against? Councillor Ryan, Councillor Lee and Councillor McNeish. Thank you. Motion carried, absolute majority. 6-3. Okay.
Items to be dealt with by separate resolution. We'll start with 14.1.
Sure. Okay, so now I move on to items to be dealt with by separate resolution. Item 14. Item 14.1, the annual report 23-24 requiring absolute majority. Do I have a mover? Moved Councillor Love, seconded. I'll second it. Councillor Mayor Cronin. Is there any opposition? If not, I move the motion. All those in favour? Motion is carried 9-0, absolute majority. Now move on to items for debate. Okay. So just a reminder to councillors that the committee recommendation will go first. If that lapses, then the yeah. So the council policy review of the asset management. The committee recommendation is that the council adopts the council policy asset management as per the attachment 1 to replace the current policy. Do I have a mover? Well, we needed that up to be able to move. No, it'll lapse.
Through the chair, Councillor Love, under standing orders, because this is a committee recommendation, the committee recommendation is considered first. If that lapses for want of a mover or seconder, then Councillor Cox's alternative will be considered.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Not having a mover, that lapses, and we will go on to the alternate recommendation, pulled by Councillor Cox.
Ask a question, please. Do we have this in a track change document?
Items for debate.
Excellent.
No.
It's a different scheme. But he may bring that up in debate.
I doubt he's going to bring up special character areas because he lives in one. Doesn't he live in common? Isn't it? I just don't know if it's going to come up in debate or not.
The changes are on the screen now. Councillors happy with the changes? Councillor Ryan, you happy if I move on? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Cox, do you wish to put your alternative forward?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move my alternative as written.
Do I have sorry, who was the seconder? Oh, do I have a seconder? Councillor Cagg. Do you wish to...
I've read both thoroughly and I would
Yeah, no,
second
that's
it.
right. Just I've got to see if there's any opposition yet.
Right.
Getting ahead of ourselves. Is there any opposition? Being no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion carried 9-0. Absolute majority. Move on to item 10.4, which is the council policy review of the sponsorship policy. This has been pulled by officers. So if the initial recommendation lapses, then we will move on to the committee's or the officers. That's correct, isn't it? Committee recommendation. Yeah. So I'll put forward. Do I have a mover? Being no mover, I will move on to the officers' pulled item with a few amendments. The alternate recommendation being a few changes. Councillor Cagg, if you can just flick your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Do I have a mover for this amended recommendation? Councillor McNeish, seconded Councillor Love. Is there any opposition? Being no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour? Motion carried 9-0. Thank you. We now move on to item 11.1. I'll ask councillors to refrain. Okay, so item 11.1, and this item has been pulled by Councillor McNeish. Consent to advertise the local planning scheme number 22. Councillor McNeish has an impartiality interest to read first. If you may, Councillor McNeish.
I declare an impartiality interest in item 11.1 as I live on a 2-hectare block that I own in the Commonage area, and this area is part of which is coming under specified planning consideration in the new scheme. Pursuant to very recent advice confirming my land's eligibility for possible subdivision will not change through what is being proposed. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider this item solely on its merits and vote and act accordingly.
Thank you, Councillor Manish. Councillor Manish, do you wish to move your motion?
As written, thank you.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Ryan. Councillor Manish, is there any opposition? There is opposition, therefore, Councillor Manish, you can speak to your motion.
Well, I think we have to honour all the presentations that have occurred regarding this matter. We have to get the scheme as good as it can be before it goes to advertising. That will save work in the long run. We have something I said? Yeah. I don't.
Order.
Like football days. I'm not at all convinced because I've been reliably informed by a lot of people that the minister won't call it in. We need to honour the concern of the owners that have been expressed here. I heard an interesting comment today that said, someone made a quote, "You don't ask people what they want because they won't know. Give them what you think they need." And I thought, ooh, I wouldn't be saying that to the people out in Commonwealth or anyone else who's adversely affected by the scheme, which they truly and honestly believe and can justify is not a policy-neutral document. When we were workshopping this thing, we were told it's quick, there's a resolution from council, we're tidying it up, it's policy-neutral. Generally policy-neutral. Perhaps someone should have asked the question at the time, but these were briefing sessions. We were hearing what the staff were working on, and then with the screens were moving on, and then they came back in a couple of months and said, we've moved on, we're working on these things now. At no point would the elected members say, what do you think of this? We've been having the values-based discussions with the WAPC. We'd like your input in order to develop this draft, which, when it goes to advertising, in terms of, with respect to what I'm hearing from a lot of planning people, is very difficult. There are some changes, but the changes are minor, because if they're major, they have to be re-advertised, and the WAPC just doesn't want to see that happen. So we have to get it as good as we can before it goes out. It'll reduce the final workload. What were there, 300 submissions in Margaret River, and they got it pretty good? Geez, we haven't even had a workshop on this, so goodness knows what's going to happen. We need to just have at least a workshop to honour these people and what they're saying and work through. Now, they had a look at it because it was going to be confidential, remember? And now it's gone out and we've got, just for a little while, and we've got this much interest. The people, we need to honour the people to have an input into what we're doing, what we're developing. And the local planning strategy was developed, I think the council initially initiated it in 2015, got signed off in 2016, got labelled 2019, which means it's pretty well 10 years old. But that's all we've got, that's all that our planning staff have got to go on. So I kind of feel sorry for them. But, things do change in 10 years, and we can make some good amendments strategically, and we need to do that in a workshop. And I'm sure we can spend a day, and it would be very, very productive. I think Councillor Kennedy asked if a scheme could include some key planning parameters to carry forward to continue to protect the commonage. Well, the answer was yes. Perfect topic for the workshop. Councillor Love has made a number of things she'd like to consider, and goodness knows how we would accommodate those and all the other bits and bobs from every other councillor tonight, with only 3 amendments at our disposal to get the scheme as good as it can be. I mean, seriously, that just can't happen. So I don't think there's too much more to say other than we need to honour something that's so important as the scheme. It has generational impact that lasts for a long time. I just think of Dunsborough driving in and arriving in a town and all you see is a pub car park. Now, there's something gone wrong in the planning there. I'm sorry, but and we're driving past that for 30 years. So let's do a little bit more work. It's not going to be called in. Get our heads around this thing. The workshops, the way it's structured is that we can provide things that we want to be considered by the workshop, and we get 2 weeks' notice, we get a bit of a chance to read, you can talk to your people or talk to these people, have their input, and bring all that information into a wholesome workshop and get a good result out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to speak?
I do, thank you. Councillors, we heard here tonight the angst and the passion in the community. Also draw your attention to the 44 people who fired up in relation to 11.4, the Springfield estate proposal. Having a workshop will not derail the LPS in any way. We are 10 minutes away from Christmas now, so WAPC will be on holidays shortly. And then we'll be heading to an election, so the government will be in caretaker mode. What is absolutely glaring for me is what WAPC make it clear in their intent that councillors, and indeed the council by resolution, when they state in part in their guidelines, this enables each elected council to focus on strategic matters such as ensuring its local planning strategy, local planning scheme and local planning policies are contemporary and fit for purpose. Where and when have we been given the opportunity to do that? We've had 2 one-hour briefing sessions prior to even citing what was originally a confidential document. This council did agree to defer the item and designate it non-confidential, a great first step. The argument that the document will go out for public advertising after ministerial consent is unpalatable to me. We're constantly told we need to be strategic, and the guidelines confirm it. Former Councillor Carter once said, following a major omnibus amendment in 2016 in relation to high-rise in Dunsborough, that he really didn't know what he was doing when he voted for the omnibus amendment. Councillors, don't be one of those who says down the track that you didn't know what you were doing. Approving the officer's recommendation and not having a workshop is allowing the freight train to leave the station without all the passengers and freight on it. Trying to push back that train is an enormous fight. We also heard today here that the new LPS will be a seriously entertained document upon advertising. That was a bombshell and confirmed absolutely what the position will be. Nowhere in the wording of the planning guidelines does it state that the community cannot have involvement in the draft, nor indeed an involvement by council, and nowhere does it state that the draft should have been confidential. In the officer's report, I think it's a final paragraph, it states, reputational risk arises as landowners may object to changes in the planning framework that affect their property. Risk will be mitigated through an extensive consultation program advising owners of the proposed changes and the underlying rationale. The submission process will allow owners to raise issues of concern to be addressed by the city in the final formulation of the scheme. Let that sink in, and I'll reiterate to you that once it's a seriously entertained document, try and push back that freight train. Mr Forrest addressed us tonight on a very succinct issue which falls into this very domain and would be severely impacted. But he's not alone. Councillors, we will be the ones to bear the brunt of the community's backlash, not staff in the future. Surely we need to be putting the horse before the cart and not setting the freight train on its course before these things have been strategically planned, as is our role in local government strategy. I urge you to vote for this motion and show good faith to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Speaker against? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, I actually do know I've had plenty of briefings on the town planning scheme, and anything that I haven't understood or I've needed clarification on, I have sought out the officers or the director for clarification. We're always talking about transparency, but we want to have a workshop which is, I'm a little bit confused about the workshop because it will just be councillors. Are we bringing in Mr Forrest to the workshop? Are we bringing in all the reference groups and residents associations and the chambers of commerce? Like, who's coming to the workshop? Because ultimately, as far as I can tell, it will just be the same people that are in this room tonight who will be at the workshop.
Point of order.
Please take your seat, Councillor Cox.
Clarification, the motion says for elected members.
Thank you.
Just to be clear.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Councillor Cox, please refrain from... Tone the language down a tiny bit, please. The tone. Thank you.
Interesting. So great, we've got clarification on that. We'll just be the elected members, so I'm not sure how transparent that is. I actually am really keen for this to go to the community. I want the community's input. We've heard from some groups of people about what their opinions are, but I really want to hear from the wider community, because that's what I will be basing the final endorsement on and the final inclusions and the final modifications on. I don't believe that the same people sitting in this room are... I mean, where do you draw the line? We can keep incorporating more and more and more changes, but then the week before we endorse it, someone else comes in and says, oh, but it's after the workshop, but now I've thought of this. I mean, where do you actually draw the line? That's my question, and I am definitely keen for this to go to the community. Let the community speak. Let the community speak about the commonage area. Let the community speak about all the issues that they've raised so far. I actually haven't heard from the widespread community. I've heard from a few small groups, and that's really it. So I really would not be confident that I could contribute anything to the workshop that I don't already know. So actually I would urge you to support the officer's recommendation, or alternatively, quite keen for Councillor Love's alternative should this one not be successful, because I think there's some really good wording in that alternative that I would certainly be supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Speaker 4. Councillor Kennedy.
Yeah, I'd like to speak for the extra workshop. So just a note on the draft LPS as it is and the future opportunities for public consultation. As Councillor Cox has just said, I think in regards to that, preparation is key to any task, and have good preparation and we'll get a better result at the end of it. This is just one more step in that consultation process, and making sure that those basics are good, because as we heard from the presenters tonight, there's a lot of basics there that could probably be tidied up a little bit. And even personally for myself, planning, very complex department, and personally another workshop would be great. I've learnt a lot the last couple of weeks, and it is great that the community has put in a lot of input already. And again, just reiterating, I don't think it doesn't seem like there is a major rush to get this out there. So a point on the translation of the current provisions in our special character areas and our expiring structure plans. It could be seen that those residents in those areas are quite fussy, but on the other hand, it's more than just about the residents. It's about the greater community and the very important values of those areas. We've got Ramsar wetlands, we go into the Meelup Conservation Park, state reserves, really important areas that we need to preserve. And again, there's a couple of basics there, you know, such as the 150 metres from Eagle Bay foreshore, not allowed to have 9.5 buildings, that's gone. And it'd be good just to have a look at those basics, just another check before it goes to the Minister. So I'd encourage you all to, let's do a quick workshop and get it good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Speaker against? Councillor Love?
I have a number of questions and concerns with Councillor McNish's alternative. Firstly, being the terminology used, TPS. I can only assume by this that you mean Town Planning Scheme. I'm not really sure though, as far as long as I've been on council, the terminology has been Local Planning Scheme, or LPS for short, which, having had a quick look, is terminology that has been used since at least 2015 according to DPLH. I also query the lack of time frame on your motion given the uncertainty of structure plans falling away next year. You've given no time frames on when this workshop will take place or when the LPS 22 will come back to council to give consent to advertise. You've indicated to potentially hold it after Christmas break in your reasonings. However, there's no clarity within your alternate as it stands. I hold concerns due to the uncertainty with structure plans falling away at the end of the next year and, in my opinion, the need to initiate the process of implementing a new local planning strategy. Once we have completed the process of implementing our local planning scheme, which is in response to our local planning strategy from 2019, as Councillor McNish has pointed out, we can then look to consult and engage with the community to initiate a new local planning strategy and make the necessary modifications to this local planning scheme 22. As we all know, these highly important strategic planning documents take a considerable amount of time to review, consult on and draft up. You say in your reasons for not supporting the referral is to allow for elected members to fully familiarise themselves. However, I actually take offence at this comment, as the reason I initially pulled my original alternative motion to this item in October's agenda was to allow for Councillor Ryan to put up her motion to defer this item until this month's agenda, essentially allowing elected members 3 months to familiarise themselves with this document and state regulations. I would therefore question that if elected members haven't been proactive in the last 3 months, longer when you take into consideration the numerous briefings throughout the year to familiarise themselves, if they will, over the Christmas recess. Personally, I've not only familiarised myself with this local planning scheme, I have with our current local planning scheme. I've looked across at Augusta Margaret River, I've looked across at Albany's, and I've queried officers. It's up to elected members to be proactive and to have the initiative to research further if they are unsure of something. I hold further concerns over your statement that this workshop will prove an investment because in polishing up the draft, it will save more work in the next stage. As I don't want us to speed up the next stage of the process. The next stage of the process is the community engagement piece, which will actually facilitate an open and transparent dialogue between the community and the council. Our marketing and community engagement team will be able to work collaboratively with our planning officers to break the local planning scheme into a less restrictive and a more digestible format, enabling the whole wider community to understand what is contained within and how it may impact them. Not just the land they own, but how it impacts their local, regional and district centres, their public and foreshore reserves. It shouldn't be that only someone with an understanding of planning is able to comment and enact change within our local planning scheme. It's important we facilitate the ability for the whole community to get engaged in this. As I'm sure we can all agree on, this is probably one of the most important strategic documents we will vote on in our terms on council. So I think it is considerably important we don't save time in the next stage, as it's crucial we act in an accountable and transparent manner, which is why I would foreshadow an amendment to this alternative. I'm aware that I've also put up an alternative, but if councillors are in favour of supporting Councillor McNish's alternative, I would like to make the amendment to changing the acronyms from TPS 22 to LPS 22. I'm foreshadowing an amendment.
Okay, so you wish to foreshadow?
I'll move to foreshadow an amendment to Councillor McNish's alternative, changing TPS to LPS and giving a time frame in there to the CEO to schedule a workshop for elected members by January, February, by March 2025. And I'm putting in those conditions just to help hopefully alleviate structure plans falling away, what have you. Sorry, I was speaking against, but I was also wanting to move an amendment. Is that possible?
Just a clarification, sorry.
Yeah, through the Mayor, if I could, if we could perhaps, if you're going to do it, if that was going to be the suggestion, I would also recommend that it actually be said in full rather than in acronyms in the recommendations so that it's clear.
I'm happy to take the advice of the CEO and actually write the first one as Local Planning Scheme 2022 and have LPS 2022 in brackets next to it.
Councillor Love, can you confirm that what's on the screen there is the amendment that you wish to move? Thank you.
Councillor Love, you've made an amendment. Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Councillor McNish. Okay, therefore, is there any opposition to that?
Can I just ask a question?
You may ask a question.
In the, to be expedient, Councillor McNish has indicated that he would agree with these amendments. Can we just amend them as they are and continue voting on it as it is? Or do we have to go through this process?
Yeah, process.
It'd have to be up to Councillor McNish, yeah.
So Councillor McNish, you second it. Is there any opposition? Being no opposition, I put the vote for the amendment. Carried 9-0. Thank you. So it's in now. Speaker 4. Sorry, Councillor Lee, I was just taking some cold and flu tablets.
Your hands on my colleague here. Just knocking all over the place.
She started for me.
I don't want to labour too much on what's already been said, but I understand the process as Mr Barber explained to us earlier. However, we have numerous examples of WAPC making changes to take decisions out of the hands of local government when it comes to planning, and there's considerable risk that this may be the case in this instance if we don't diligently prepare the draft. And I'm not for 1 second insinuating that our staff haven't done that, but we have examples of there being some big things that are important in the community. The development of the scheme is a legacy document. As Mr Kyle spoke about tonight, if we don't get the big things right in the first instance, we might not get a second chance. The Minister has form. There's no question this is critical that the community of the Tyre District has opportunity to collaborate and have their say. We need that we don't know the intricacies like the people who are affected. So I would like to see the workshop go ahead. I would like to see the issues raised tonight addressed in that, and then it be ready to go for community consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Speaker against? Councillor Cagg.
I've listened to our officers speak on this, and what my belief is that everything's been put together to go to the Minister for us to go out to advertise so that the whole of the community can have their say. Once the whole of the community have had their say, it'll come back to council to workshop at that stage. At the moment, we've only got the views of a few people who've actually had a chance to look at it but haven't sort of gone out completely. I, like Councillor Kennedy, have not got local planning knowledge, but I just want to say the officers that have made these decisions, Warren has 38 years experience, Louise 32, Justin 10, Noah 12, Gary 20. That's 112 years of experience there telling us that this is the way we need to go at this stage. I understand that everyone's come in and say that we need to put other things in it, but there's no guarantee the minister are going to take any notice of anything we say, or they may take notice of it. We don't have that certainty for sure, but we do need to hear the whole of the community, and by going out to the minister to give us permission to advertise, we get that story from the whole of community. We can then workshop it and then put the items in that we need. So I would support the officer's recommendation, not this one, the alternate.
Thank you, Councillor Cagg. Speaker 4. Councillor Beecroft.
This might come as a bit of a disappointment to most of you, but I'm going to be brief. Okay. I would argue that we have got a sample from the community. We've had half a dozen or more members of the community come in this evening to speak on this particular point, and the common thread I find is that they all want to delay, and they're concerned about their special what's the term? Character areas, thank you. And that seems to be of deep interest to them. So I see the opportunity of a workshop as the perfect opportunity to achieve what the public, as far as I can tell, would like us to achieve. I heard a lot of common sense from those that spoke from the public this evening. I encourage you to take that into consideration when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So you spoke for. I will speak against, but I understand. Look, the way I see it, and we've been talking about this for a number of months now, is it really boils down to who we believe. I've spoken with a number of community members, and I have spoken with that 112 years worth of experience that we do have here. And what we are being led to believe is that the changes will not be allowed. That's what I'm hearing from the outside community. From the inside community, I'm hearing a different story. A workshop, I think it's very clear, and I'll put my hand up, I am not a planner, and I do not have even 1 or 2 days being a planner. Yes, I've sat on council and I've seen lots of things go through, and I've seen lots of trouble, and I've seen many people turn up because of Pennock and Amendment 56 and all these different areas. But it is very, very complicated. So I cannot, hand on heart, say that I am an expert to do that workshop. If this motion were to fail, and we would move on to one similar to the officer's recommendation, the motion is to allow us to go out and do a comprehensive consultation. We can't do that until we advertise. Okay, so let's look at this. Yes, we could do the comprehensive consultation and then create a new one that we then ask to go to advertising, which we then have to go to a comprehensive consultation. That's the truth. That's where we're at. We talk about the seriously entertained document. Again, I think we have to be fair that what we're trying to achieve here, and what I believe Mr. Biggott did for nearly 6 years, working with the WAPC, was to put an MST together, a standardised template. Now, I personally know people that work with a large number of governments, departments, local governments, and we have heard it time and time again. We have the most complicated planning scheme out of any council. I've heard that from the officers. I've heard that from the directors. So that has to be pulled back and put in line with what everyone else is doing. We don't now have beta and VHS and all these different things now, and different USPs. Sorry, Councillor Beecroft. So the concept is to bring it into line, right? So the question is, What is the best way forward? And I'm hearing this debate, and I appreciate it, and I might upset a few people from various groups, but I have to take an informed decision on which is the best way forward. So the elephant also in the room is that after a second deferment, what might happen? There is a reasonable chance that the WAPC, in their rush before the election, decide to just take this office altogether and to not use the wording of a councillor tonight, all hell will break loose, because then we have lost control. And we have lost control before when it came to the Dunsborough Structured Precinct Plan. And I don't want to lose control. I think we need to be managing it and managing it in the best way that we possibly can. So I've been told that we have two choices here. We either believe the officers or we believe the community. One route takes us down two lots of complex advertising, and for us as a council to make a decision sometime in March, I just think we are, kicking this down the road, and if we put this in that we're going to be doing this in March, I'm not a betting man, but let's just say I believe we'll lose control. So who's telling the truth? What's the best way to do it? Is it best that we just go out to advertising and we have these complex consultations with everyone, or we sit here and we get, Mr. Barber in again, and Mr. Beeger, and Mr. Giddens, the same people that we've been talking to run a workshop. I think it's time that we listen to some of the officers and some of the directors and did the right thing. So therefore, I would recommend that councillors do not go for this motion. Thank you. Speaker 4. Being no other speakers, Councillor Ryan, you did speak, didn't you? Sorry, you did. Councillor Manish, your rebuttal.
Thanks, sir. Well, quite a number of dot points. Well done to Councillor Cox for saying she has sufficient understanding of planning matters, but some other councillors, particularly new councillors, would like to learn of that kind of planning experience, and they do so by actually being part of the planning discussion. It's amazing how quickly you come on when these terms are thrown around, they get explained, they get explored, and then you start contributing. That's what a workshop does. And again, Councillor Cox, you will be hearing from the community at the next step, but we need to improve the draft to get a better result from the community in their more targeted, more specific point of difference comments. Narrow it right down. Another comment, draw the line. Well, I think one workshop on a scheme is reasonable. I think it's expected. I think we'd be derelict in our duty if we did not have, as elected members, one workshop on a new town planning scheme. My goodness. I've made note of Councillor Kennedy's point. A good preparation leads to a better result. Now, if Councillor Love, you had questions, you said you had many questions, you didn't ask me at all. I wonder. The workshop to the CEO was for him to schedule because things are busy coming back, so I left that open for his flexibility, but now it's going to be by March, so that's fine. And in the workshop, we can talk about where to from there, how it will play out. Let's not preempt that. It's critical to get it right before it goes out. We've heard that from so many people. We hear from the staff telling us, well, there's a little bit needed of us telling the staff what we want about the values that need to be put into the decision-making process and the content of the scheme. And Mayor Cronin, you were very much embracing a workshop a week ago I'm not sure what's happened since then, other than people coming in saying we need a workshop. We do have a complicated planning scheme, indeed. So that means there's lots to bring into line via a workshop, because it is complex. So there's quite a bit of work to do to how to work that complexity into something that's suitably simple. The best way forward is to get it right. I couldn't agree more. I spoke to someone who spoke to the WAPC officer who's on the case, on our particular case, and there was some of the content that they hadn't even read yet. So I hardly think there's going to be some urgency to rein it in. And finally, I'm talking about belief. Well, it's not a question of who you believe, the officers or the community. It's about believing in good governance. And a workshop is good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manish. Therefore, I put the motion. All those in favour of the alternate recommendation? 5. And those against? It's carried 5-3. 5-4, sorry, my bad.
Mr Mayor, before we continue with the next item, could I request a 5-minute recess?
Yeah. Do people want to take
We've been going for 3 hours.
Sorry,
5 minutes?
Okay, yeah. So you, please, if you can stand.
Mr Mayor, can I please move a procedural motion to adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes?
Certainly. Do I have a seconder? Is there any objection? If not, all those in favour? All those against? All right, so 8-1, carried 8-1. We'll break and we'll come back at 8:40. Thank you. Councillor Manish. Councillors, I'll restart this meeting at 8:40. Do we need a motion to resume?
No, we don't.
We don't. We just
decided to adjourn for 10 minutes.
adjourned 10 minutes. And we did it exactly on 10 minutes, which is absolutely great. If councillors would indulge, I would like to move item 11.4 up so that some people in the gallery can maybe go home before tomorrow. If there is no objection, I will move on to item 11.4, which is the proposed Springfield structure plan, lot 3965, number 796, Commonage Road, Yellingup. Consideration for final approval. Councillor McNeish, you have an impartiality interest. If you wish to read that. Sorry, that's all right. And just to let you know, Councillor Cox's alternative will be considered first.
You happy for me to read this now?
Absolutely.
I have an interest affecting impartiality on what was, or probably still is, item 11.4. Is that correct? Am I identifying it correctly? Yeah.
11.4, that is correct, Councillor Manish.
I declare an impartiality interest in 11.4 as I live beyond the proximity interests to Springfield Farm, but still close enough to know all about the many factors affecting the subject land. As a consequence, there may be a perception that my impartiality on the matter may be affected. I declare that I will consider the item solely on its merits and vote or act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Councillor Cox, do you wish to put your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move it as written.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Love. Is there any objection? There is objection. Councillor Ryan. Therefore, Councillor Cox, do you wish to move your motion?
Thank
Speak
you,
to your
Mr
motion.
Mayor. Councillors, I'm curious as to why this development is being treated differently to others in the same location. The proponents have decided to push the boundaries of our planning legislation and have proposed an average lot size of 1.4 hectares. The Local Town Planning Scheme 21, 3.2 Zone Objectives, Rural Residential, point A, to provide lots primarily for residential purposes, generally in the range of 1 to 4 hectares. However, it has previously only been possible to subdivide a lot down to 1 hectare in the absence of a structure plan. Where a structure plan exists, it should be given due regard. The subject land falls within the West Commonage Special Rural Zone Precinct 5B Development Guide Plan. The Commonage Policy Area Consolidated Structure Plan applies to this area and it clearly identifies that Springfield should be 2 to 4 hectare lots with an average of 3 hectare lot. So, councillors, why are we being asked in this instance to disregard a due regard document? The Commonage Consolidated Structure Plan, which is the Commonage Consolidated Structure Plan, which up until this point has been the fundamental guiding document for this area. The proponent's justification for smaller lots in this cluster development is that it achieves an efficient design and layout that respects the limited supply of rural residential land. Our local planning strategy 2019 states that no new rural residential areas are proposed, and the strategy provides the scope to consider further subdivision and consolidation within the existing rural residential areas of Commonage where there is seen to be a demonstrable community benefit and having regard to environment, landscape, visual amenity and biodiversity values, as well as bushfire risk. 50 submissions were received with regard to this proposal, and at least 44 of those were objecting to the density and the ramifications of the proposed density. This is a rural landscape area with highly regarded visual aesthetic value and established character. Vegetation will need to be removed for driveways, power run-in, boundary fencing. Driveways will have to be maintained at a 3 metre wide, if longer than 20 metre from the house width, for bushfire, to comply with bushfire regulations. The current proposal states that as many as 46 mature trees with a trunk diameter of 50 centimetres or more will potentially be removed. There is no mention of smaller tree removal, but obviously that will occur. Neighbours will be looking at neighbours, looking at neighbours, looking at neighbours. I'm going to refer to a simple yet effective analogy offered by Frank O'Bear, who most of you know is an activist on social media. These rural and residential areas are like a vanilla sliced tray. We slice them in half and then in half again and again into tinier and tinier portions until all you have left is cookie cutter, pseudo-residential development miles away from the town centre, otherwise known as urban sprawl. The big question here is, do the community want us to keep slicing and slicing and dicing? An endless sea of silver roofs creeping up from the Commonage East through Lot 6 to Springfield. More homes, less trees, certainly not more affordable. It will not solve the housing crisis. Am I being dramatic? Maybe a little. But this application is just the first. Once we allow 1 hectare in this area, it's a slippery slope. We cannot undo what is done. We cannot stick the tiny portions of the vanilla slice back together. And once the remnant vegetation is gone, it will take 20 or 30 years to grow back, even if you can find room for revegetation. The City has received, as I've mentioned, a large number of justified submissions from concerned adjoining landowners and community members who purchased and built their houses in this area based upon the provisions of the endorsed Commonage Consolidated Structure Plan. Lot sizes of a minimum 2 hectares and average size of 3 hectares. If the Springfield Structure Plan is endorsed, they will end up with 3 times as many lots, the majority at 1 hectare. This is simply not fair. City officers in their report to Council state that the Springfield Structure Plan is broadly consistent with planning requirements, apart from a notable departure being an increase in density. In my humble opinion, I would call a departure from 20 lots to 60 lots a very notable and very inconsistent departure. The decision to support a multitude of 1 hectare lots is also inconsistent with the draft Local Planning Scheme 22, which proposes to increase average size lots in the Commonage area to 3 hectares. So we find ourselves in the strangely ironic situation of considering the Springfield Structure Plan and the draft scheme in the same council meeting, where on one hand, or not, because the scheme has now been deferred, on one hand, officers are recommending increasing rural residential lots in the Commonage area to 3 hectares, but on the other hand, recommending that we endorse a structure plan with an area of 1 hectare. I would think that we would want this to go to the larger community to decide whether there should be majority 1 hectare, should it be 3, should it be 2, what is the ideal? May I have permission to continue for a couple of more seconds? Sorry. The prevailing inconsistency between the Springfield Structure Plan and the draft Scheme 22 is at the very least concerning. So, councillors, I would strongly urge you to evaluate this structure plan on its merits. The draft scheme will be going out for consultation and now we'll be workshopping it. And if that determines that the desire of local community is to see more density in the area, like 1 hectare lots, then and only then should we make a decision regarding increasing or maintaining density in this area.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, councillors.
Apologise that you didn't get that notice. Councillor Love, do you wish to speak?
I will reserve my right of reply.
Thank you. Opposition. Speaker against. Councillor McNeish.
I speak against and in favour of the structure plan being proposed because it protects the future of Springfield Farm as a rural residential area that's going to enjoy the benefits of subdivided land based on what has created a lovely Commonage area. It was never not going to be subdivided, and indeed the whole Commonage was never not going to be re-subdivided. That's why structure plans are designed or regulated now to lapse. It's how you do it, and building on the benefits of the knowledge and the experience and the results of what's happened in the Commonage needs to be foremost in the thinking of our assessment of this structure plan. Okay, what have we got? We've got rural amenity, we've got saving the vegetation, which is about 98%, was a terrific result, plus increased plantings, which is going to result in an overall net environmental tree benefit, wonderful result. It's all bushfire compliant now, whereas the rest of the commonage, certainly you can't guarantee that because bushfire stuff came in well after the commonage consolidated structure plan existed. And there is one sentence in the rural residential section 2.3 of our local planning strategy, of which all of our scheme must be adhering to, that never seems to be quoted. We've heard the quote, in accordance with the Southwest Regional Planning and Infrastructure Framework, no new residential areas are proposed. We understand that, so we've got to maximise this resource. It's a precious resource because down the bottom it says, limited further subdivision and consolidation within the existing rural residential areas of Commonwealth and Dunbarton, where there is seen to be a demonstrable community benefit having regard to environmental, landscape, visual amenity and biodiversity values as well as bushfire risk. So there are the things that make the commonage planning area a wonderful place to live. So as long as you abide by those things, and then it says this is our own local planning strategy. This will contribute to the more efficient use of land, services and infrastructure and will maximise the number of rural residential lots without needing to alienate any more land for rural residents. That seems to always be missed. Okay, so there's a recognition way back, nearly 10 years ago when this thing started and right the way through, that the commonage needs to be maximised. But it has to be done very carefully. It's a very special area and based on the things that have made the commonage great to date. So as long as those things are carried through into this structure plan and for the rest of the commonage area when we're workshopping that, then I'll be very, very happy, and so will a lot of other people, because it would be protecting what they've got as well as accommodating a slight, maybe 20% more population in the area, and that will have then maximised the rural res area. So this is a microcosm. This Springfield example is actually a microcosm and a look into the future. There aren't going to be any lots created in the next 9 months, which was when the structure plan runs out. So the people who have enjoyed, my neighbours who have enjoyed looking across a farm with kangaroos for 20 years, they're good, well done. It could have been subdivided at any time within that, and it hasn't been. So there's going to be no new subdivision lots created within the time frame within that structure plan was going to fall over. So it has to be a new structure plan, has to follow what's helped be commonage created, has to fit a few more people in, and that's why it's a pretty good job actually. And I commend the officers, and I commend Larry and his, Larry used to run state planning, for 10 years. Good job. Let's get on with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4. Councillor Kennedy.
So I'm going to speak for this alternative motion that it go back to the drawing board and mainly look at increasing the average lot size. So I'm not going to touch on that, where this doesn't align with the Commonage Consolidated Structure Plan, because we all know there's so many points there. But if we have a look at our scheme and, or even to what Councillor McGish has just said, that we need to maximise rural residential areas, but we do have to balance that with the cookie cutter effect and urban sprawl going into the rural areas. If we have a look at the scheme zone objectives, 3.2b, it says to provide for a range of rural properties. And we can look at the other properties around the area, and that there are others with 1 to 1.5, but this area is a very clustered area of what is it, about 55 1 hectare lots all in one spot. It's not sporadically around the commonage. And I don't think that provides a range of rural residential lots and opportunities. Another thing we heard in one of the briefings today is that some of these developments lack vision. And while I do commend that they have retained a lot of remnant vegetation and plan to plant more. I think if we're going to apply discretion, we need to, at least have something a bit more innovative, something, even though the eco-village has its problems, Witchcliff, but we have to start looking at, all right, what else can we do in a subdivision? I mean, to me right there, I see a massive water source. When water is so scarce, surely some sort of drainage channel, can go down the road. I don't know there, but I mean, that's where the planners have, the creativity to do something different with this limited resource. So, yeah, I'm encouraging that this one goes back to the drawing board, and hopefully something good will come out of that. But I'll support this alternative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Speaker against? Councillor Ryan.
I'd like to speak against, not that I disagree with anything anybody said, but I'd like to foreshadow an alternate, which is basically my pulled item: decline the adoption for approval of the proposed structure plan until such time as the draft scheme has been workshopped, along with this proposal to ensure the community has a fair input into its local planning scheme, and specifically the commonage.
May I ask a question of clarification from Mr. Barber? What would that look like?
The regulations require the local government to make a recommendation to the WAPC within a certain timeframe. Given that the wording that was for the workshop, that would mean that there wouldn't be the ability to put this item back until after the March or prior to the March workshop. So I'm presuming it would be late March for the item to go back to council, which is effectively a 3-month deferral for this item. That will put us out of time. The Commission then may make a decision in the absence of a council decision. So, thank you.
A question, if I may. So the workshop was before March. Is there any reason why it can't be done in February? And would that make a difference?
Through Mr. Mayor, I think my personal intention would be that we would try to have the workshop in February anyway, because it's got to be by March. So, but still then, after that workshop, this item would have to come back. Sorry, the other point I did fail to mention is that timeframe can be extended with the consent of the applicant. So whilst we could propose it and we could write to the applicant, they don't have to agree to that, and if they didn't agree with that, it reverts back to the timeframe.
But, sorry, to just further clarification, because if we do this workshop, that's still not the decision of the LPS, the planning scheme, that's just our views. So it's, would that be correct? I mean, we'd be just making stuff up because it hasn't gone through. We haven't changed the planning scheme and we haven't advertised the planning scheme, and yeah.
So the LPS 22 provides for exactly this. It provides for further subdivision of rural residential areas with a structure plan, which is what this is proposing. So I'm not sure what we would resolve as part of a workshop with this particular item.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ryan, so you're still speaking to this, and you wish to still foreshadow that you're... Yep, okay, thank you. So we'll... Yep.
Councillors, 44 surrounding landholders, 44, submitted their concerns and justifiably were of the opinion that the CPACSP, that's a mouthful, was current and a valid document when buying their land, in the belief that there was certainty. The notion that this document, which is legally valid until the 19th of October 25, can now be usurped by a structure plan prepared by the landowners, a plan that is completely at odds with the proposal by officers in the suggested draft LPS on the agenda tonight at 11.1. To wait for a review of the LPS before supporting an ad hoc application like Springfield would be prudent, and hence why I propose this to go to a workshop, which has just been resolved. There has been absolutely no justification provided to completely abandon the average 4 hectare lot size for the Springfield site and replace that with mainly 1 hectare sites, apart from the developer maximising profits at the expense of local residents. A proposed circa 20 lot subdivision would become 66 lots, trebling the dwellings. Consideration must also be given to noise amenity and all associated issues which relate to holiday home rentals in a valley of this kind. 11.2, also on tonight's agenda in relation to holiday home exclusion zones. Should this proposal not be subject to a future exclusion zone? In correspondence recently sent by staff, it stated the provisions of Precinct 3 contained within the Commonage Consolidated Structure Plan does not grant an automatic right to divide to 1 hectare, but rather indicated that council would be prepared to support a concept where a minimum lot size of 1 hectare is retained, and where, in its opinion, such a concept warrants support after receipt of a proper planning submission outlining the merits of its concept. It should then be obvious that council has the control to approve or deny this proposal, as clearly pointed out by staff. But I would argue it is a wider community that should decide the fate of the commonage. Once again, this proposal is at odds with LPS 11.1 on the agenda tonight. Another reason why this matter should be involved in a workshop. For the staff have written, the minimum average lot sizes detailed in the CCSP establishes the desired subdivision pattern and a predominant lot size of 2 to 4 hectare range. These lot sizes are important in establishing the character and sense of place, characterised by high quality vegetation, generous separation from neighbours and a low-key rural ambience. It was never envisaged for these 2 hectare, 4 hectare lots to be further subdivided to the minimum 1 hectare lot size, and for the scheme to default to a 1 hectare subdivision size would be considered broadly inconsistent with the intent of the CCSP and would grant a subdivision right that currently does not exist. Why then is there support for this structure plan? Why has there been an indication to current landholders that an average 2 to 4 hectare lot size was the norm? The staff comment goes on, if there is considerable support for the city supporting 1 hectare subdivisions, this can rightly form a modification to the scheme, rather than such a change being driven by a small group of landowners at this early stage. What is so special about Springfield to be considered outside of these parameters? Aren't 44 landowners significant? When do they get a say? 5.4 of the current scheme landscape value area, only recently amended in July 21, states the local government shall not grant development approval for the clearing or development of land identified in a landscape value area are on the scheme map unless it has considered such things as scenic character, does not materially affect wildlife, wetland disturbance and natural environment, and habitat disturbance, amongst other things. The Lewin Nat SPP 6.1, which the city is required to be consistent within the framework, states, as a result, the Lewin Naturalist Ridge Planning Review was conducted as a cooperative effort between the WAPC and the 2 shires. It has resulted in the new Lewin Nat Ridge Statement of Planning Policy to provide clear direction on future land use for the policy area, now seemingly being tossed out. Councillors, this structure plan must be referred to the workshop along with the draft local planning scheme to ensure fair and equitable consideration for all in the scheme and especially in the commonage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Speaker for? Speaker against? Councillor Craig?
This will be very quick. I'm in full support of the comments made by Councillor McNish in supporting the officer's recommendation, and I will not be supporting the alternative recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 4.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, can I just...
Sorry.
I just want to be very clear on this, that the timing isn't going to allow for a workshop on this.
Not without the consent of the applicant.
Speaker, so do we have a speaker for? No. Speaker against? No. Therefore, Councillor Love, you had the right, you've reserved your right to speak.
I'll forego my right to speak on this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Cox, you have your right to reply. Rebuttal.
Apologies, can I ask a question, please, of Mr Barber? So if these lots were to be carved up into an average lot size of 3 hectares, how many houses would that give us as opposed to the lot size that we've got under the current structure plan?
I think it's 93 hectares of developable land, so if you divide that by 3 to give you...
Only 30, as opposed to...
Opposed to 60.
66.
Sounds about right. I think Mr Geyser's presentation this afternoon said the current average was 1.4, somewhere around there. So you're effectively doubling the average lot size. Top of my head.
Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I concur with Councillor Ryan's points, except taking it to the workshop. I think that let the scheme process decide what kind of lot sizes are appropriate for what areas of the commonage, and obviously perhaps that needs to be revisited. I think in this case we need to listen, to the... We can't just disregard the 44 people who have made comment with regard to this proposal. Councillor McNish highlighted that it protects the future of Springfield. Well, it might protect the future of Springfield, but it does not protect the future of the commonage generally. It sets a very dangerous precedent, particularly in light of the fact that we haven't gone through the process of finalising the draft scheme. According to Councillor McNish, there's going to be increased plantings. I've seen no evidence of increased plantings. I've only seen that it's an open paddock effectively. I'm not sure where you're going to put the plantings, but it's going to be a very open, dense development, and everyone's going to be looking at everyone else. And maybe by the time they put their shed, swimming pool, outdoor area and everything on the lot, they might be able to put in a couple of trees. Councillor McNish also mentioned the fact that commonage needs to be maximised. Well, I think the community need to have some input as to how they want it maximised. I think that there are some people who are looking to make money by subdividing their 3 to 5 hectare lots into 1 hectare, and I think that there are also a lot of people in the community who are constantly mentioning to me that they don't want vegetation, remnant vegetation removed, and I think that it has to be in an appropriate area, and I think by revisiting the scheme, we can see exactly, and doing a planning strategy, and I know the WAPC are not supportive of that, but we need to do an overarching strategy that says where it's more appropriate to have 1 hectare lots and where it's more appropriate to have 3. As Councillor Ryan said, this is not the spot to have 1 hectare lots. And I think that's all the issues that I have highlighted to rebut. I would urge you to support my alternate recommendation. Thank you.
Can I just do a personal explanation? I waited purposely till the finish of the speech, not to interrupt.
Sure.
The comments attributed to me to maximise the subdivision or the usage of the commonage, they're not my words. I was reading straight out of the City of Busselton's local planning strategy, verbatim. So that's our words,
Which part of the local planning strategy?
Section 2.3, page 27.
2.3, thank you. Thank you. Okay, therefore I put the motion in front of you. The alternate recommendation that the council, as you can see. All those in favour? 4. All those against? 5. The motion is lost. 4, 5. Now we move on to Councillor Ryan's alternate.
As moved. As written.
As written. And did you wish to make some changes to this?
Yes, I think the change would be, Mr Barber, would you like to help me with some words that we write to the landowner to seek permission for it to be involved in the workshop or for it to be a time extension?
One of the concerns, if I could, Mr Mayor, I would have is that the answer could be no, so the decision to write the letter could be a folly. So would still raise that issue that Councillor Lee raised about it not meeting the timeframes, so it may not solve the issue that you're trying to.
I think through the Mayor, if the council was to not make a decision tonight and pass something of this nature, officers would automatically write, because we can't meet the timeframe because we haven't got a decision, so we would automatically write to the proponent and seek permission to extend.
So just leave it as it is?
Yeah, it would be an automatic process that the officers would do.
As moved. Sorry?
Okay, Councillor Ryan, would you wish to put your motion? I'm just going to ask it, sorry, so you are putting the motion. Do I have a seconder? Second to Councillor Cox. Is there any opposition? There is opposition. Councillor McNeish. Councillor Ryan, would you speak to your motion?
I don't think I need to say anything more. I think it was self-explanatory in the previous issues with the planning scheme and Springfield Farm. I think that the mere fact that this is on the agenda tonight, preceding the LPS, is a little bit strange, or I don't know what the word is, I'm getting tired, but I think it's important that this is an ability for Springfield Farm to go into a proposition to be able to say what the whole of the commonage should be entitled to have, and let that community have their say, rather than us making a decision or an ad hoc decision. Let it take its course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Cox, do you wish to speak?
I agree. I think I've raised most of the points that I wanted to raise, but this does not comply with the structure plan. Like, it doesn't matter how you want to sugarcoat it or change it. We have a structure plan. It doesn't expire till October next year, and it doesn't comply. So I'm just confused as to how councillors think that they can not support it. We're always asking the WAPC that we have, due regard documents. Well, we have a due regard document. No one's paying regard to it. So it's very, very tricky. I agree. It's ad hoc planning at best to just kick off and say, yep, let's do something different in this subdivision that doesn't comply. We haven't done it anywhere else, but we're going to do it here. So therefore, if you haven't supported my alternative, at the very least, let's get this let's decline the adoption of approval until we get some wider feedback on how this is going to play out. So I would urge you to support Councillor Ryan's alternative, please.
Councillor McNeish, you wish to speak against?
I'm just being cognizant. I don't disagree with what's been said, with quite a lot of what's been said. I disagree with some points. But the context is always very important, you know, and to try and get as best context you can to make a decision is what is good governance. So having discussion about the whole of comedies would need to give great context about this, no question. The structure plan thinking has lapsed, so we do need to replace it with something, and that's great for the workshop. But given what I heard from Director Barber, that if no decision is made on this tonight, he will automatically write a letter to the applicant to say no decision has been reached at this point. And would that necessarily cause the applicant to then respond and we find out exactly where we stood? Because we're out of time.
Are you asking, Councillor?
Well, I am. I'm sorry. I should have directed that through you, sir.
Yes.
Because, I mean, we're close. I think we're close. And I'm speaking against it to hear what other people have, you know, got to say. Because when I heard that, I thought, oh, okay. If we make a decision, if we decline, we're talking about what's in front of us. It's been a long night. I'm sorry for my getting a bit hazy. The council declined the adoption for approval. Yeah, so if we decline, I think that would be deemed as a no, and then I think the proponent will head straight off to the WAPC, so we're out of time, and the WAPC would have full control. So I'm just trying to utilise a window of opportunity that might be there if we just don't make a decision and leave it hanging such that Councillor Barber can not looking. Yeah. Well, sorry, this is about coming up with something on the run. It's been a late night, and I'll stop talking to allow other people to have their say.
Just to remind councillors, should this one lapse, we would be going back to the officer's recommendation. Or not lapse, but not be lost. Sorry, just went through speaker for, speaker against. Councillor Cox, did you? No, you did reserve, sorry. Councillor Ryan, your right of reply.
I don't think I need to say anything further, thank you.
Okay, therefore I put the motion forward in front of you. All those in favour? It's 5. All those against? 4. Thank you. The motion is carried. 5-4. Now move on to item, well, we'll go back to item. Oh, this one's going to be fun as well. Only with the complexity of what I have to go through now. Item 11.1 is the review of the holiday home local planning policy. 11.2. Item 11.2, review of the holiday home local planning policy has been pulled by Councillor Cox. I'll just read through all of these. We've got a Councillor McNeish of financial interest. We have a proximity interest from Councillor Ryan, proximity interest from Councillor Kennedy, and proximity from Councillor Love. Okay, so Councillor Ryan, do you wish to read your financial interest?
I'd like to kill two birds with one stone and declare that I have an proximity interest in item 11.2 and 11.3 as I reside in Vass. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while the item is being considered.
Councillor Ryan, I appreciate you trying to save me time, but the regs say that we have to do it before each one. I'm sorry. But a good try. We wasted more time now.
They're not killing birds.
If you can take that one as item 11.2, and I declare a proximity interest in item 11.3 as I reside in Vass. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while this item is being considered. What?
No. We'll start again. Okay, just please, Councillor Wright, just... I know, we're all getting tired. We've only got it... We're going to have to, one at a time, people are going to have to walk back in and then make another declaration and walk back out. That's just, unfortunately, how it is. Yep. So, just... Did we get that? We got that one. Thank you very much, Councillor Wright. Okay, who's next? Councillor McNish.
Financial interest, item 11.2. I declare nature of interest and extent of interest. I declare a financial interest in 11.2 as I am assisting my daughter with our contracted interest in a block yet to be created and is contained within one of the policy's non-preferred areas. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while this item is being considered. And if I happen to be out for the other meeting,
wouldn't matter.
Out of the room, right?
Yeah, you just didn't to come back, but yes.
Out of the room.
Yeah, you just didn't get a vote. Yeah, thank you. See you on the 19th. Okay, now we have 2 now. Yeah, I'm just going through the next one, sorry, because we have to vote now. Councillor Kennedy, you have a proximity interest.
Yep. I'd like to declare a proximity interest in item 11.2 as I live within the unhosted STRA non-preferred areas and it is a proposed change to the zoning or use of land. Thank you.
Do you wish to stay? We can vote on that, or do you wish to leave?
No, I'll leave.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kennedy is leaving. I think a year on you'd learn this. Councillor Love.
Hey, you guys will have a quorum, it's okay, it's okay. I would like to declare a proximity interest in item 11.2 as I live within the Broadwater suburb and that's a part of the non-preferred zone for this local planning policy. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while this item is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Love. I'll need, if you can close the door behind you. Thank you. So Councillor Kennedy did have an alternate should Councillor Cox be lost, but he's not here, so one of you could move it if you wanted to. Okay, item 11.2. Councillor Cox, would you like to put your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move as written.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder? Moved Councillor Lee. Is there any opposition?
Seconded. I moved it.
Am I really losing it?
Well, you've lost it.
Is there any opposition? Being no opposition, I put the motion. All those in favour, the motion's carried 5-0. Thank you. The result was, it was carried 5-0. I will now move on to item 11.3. Councillor McNeish, you have a final financial interest to read.
I declare a financial interest line 11.3 as my existing approved use is being deleted and replaced.
Thank you, Councillor McNeish. Councillor Ryan.
Oh, this is new. I declare a proximity interest in item 11.3 as I reside in Vass. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while this item is being considered.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Kennedy.
I declare a proximity interest in item 11.3 as I live within an unhosted STRA non-preferred area, and this is a proposed change to a planning scheme affecting land that's adjoining mine.
Are you staying or going?
I will leave.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. And Councillor Love.
I declare proximity interest in item 11.3 as I live within the Broadwater suburb. Given this interest, I will leave the meeting while this item is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Love. Councillor Cox's alternative will be considered first. Councillor Cox, would you like to move your motion?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move as written.
Councillor Lee, do you wish to second? Is there any opposition? No opposition, therefore I put the motion. All those in favour? The motion is carried 5-0. Absolute majority. Just to let councillors know, it was carried 5-0. We now move on to item 11.5. Amendment 60 to Local Planning Scheme 21 and Vass North Structure Plan, consideration for adoption for advertising. This item was pulled by Councillor Cox and her alternate will go first. Councillor Cox, do you wish to move?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will move as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Cagg. Is there opposition? Okay, well, we'll go into debate then. So there is opposition.
Can I establish what the amendment is? And that may be acceptable to me to incorporate into my alternative. Can I see what the alternative is, please?
I believe we have that on the screen. We can access that, and it's highlighted in yellow as a number 4.
Can't see number 4.
It was emailed to Tegan, had a copy emailed to her. Permission to approach the bench, sir?
Permission granted. That's right, I'm leaving for 2 minutes. If you want to sit here, you can, but I'm going to be back very quickly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'm willing to accept Councillor McNish's amendment to my alternative.
Okay, so we need to, we're going to vote on this or we're just going to write it in?
So through the chair, thank you, Councillor Cox. So we do need the consent of the seconder for that alteration. Councillor Craig.
Councillor Craig agrees. Fine. Is there any opposition? If not, I'll put the motion just so we've done the right thing. Carried 9-0. Thank you. Okay, we now look at the amended alternate motion that is in front of us. Councillor Cox.
We've just voted on that. So
Yeah.
No, so sorry, that was...
Okay. What they keep saying, slow down. Item 14.2 is the long-term financial plan, 25-26, 24-35, pulled by Councillor Ryan. I'd like to do a procedural move to defer this. Due to some of the changes made earlier through the changes to item 11.1. Due to the urgent business, sorry. 15.
So we're to move the motion to refer the item to
Refer.
the council meeting. We need to state the date and time of that.
Yeah. Okay. So I would like to refer this item to the next council meeting being the 29th of January at 5:30 p.m. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Cox. Is there any objection? Councillor Love. Is there any objection? If not, put the motion. All those in favour? Carried 9-0. This item is deferred till 29th Jan at 5:30. Thank you. We now move on to item We're up to item 16.1. The Saltwater project learning from Councillor Andrew McNish. Councillor McNish, do you wish to put your motion?
As written, thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Lee. Is there opposition? There is opposition. Councillor Nish, do you wish to put your motion? Move your. Speak to your motion, sorry.
Well, I think if you undertake a $50 million project and there's issues along the way, as there would be with any $50 million project, then it's contingent upon us in good governance to learn from what can be learned from the duration of 4 years and a lot of money and a lot of heartache, a lot of pain, a lot of abuse in some situations. And the best way, in my experience, to do that is to make notes along the way, because when things end, and who knows exactly how this will end, things of the past years will be lost. So as soon as we can get on to making some notes, we do the learning, and we say to the community, hey, you know, things happen, but we've learned from it. So in effect, some of the money that you think might have been wasted is an investment for, and the timing would be for a new council to have a look, particularly if they're going to be looking at doing big capital constructions for, say, sport and rec, you know, new courts and pools and things like that. So we can better understand how we're placed to manage those big capital projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
I just have a question of Councillor McNish. Have you put a time frame on when you want this report? September 25. Okay. Would you be open to extending that out, given the officer's concerns?
I think.
Sorry, yes.
I think in the reasons, there's a rationale for the time frame, because the budget will be done, the annuals will be done, CEO KPIs will be done, and it's sort of the next. So when all those things are knocked in the next month, do that, finish off that report. So that was the ready for the new council to come on in October.
Councillor Lee, do you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right at this stage, then.
Thank you. Is there a speaker against? Sorry, speaker against. Councillor Craig.
I'm speaking against this because I feel that our CEO has his own unique leadership style, and I feel like we're trying to direct him on how he should be doing his job all the time. In the officer's comment, it says that city officers will, regardless of this notice of motion, undertake a project closure review for conclusion of the Saltwater project. And I believe we've got to give the officers the opportunity to do that without constantly directing them to do things that they already know they've got to do. And as I said, the CEO's got his own unique style of leadership, and I feel he needs to be given the space to be able to do that himself, rather than us telling him how we should have things done constantly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Speaker 4. Councillor Ryan.
This motion is a no-brainer, councillors. There should be absolutely no opposition for a warts and all report that should outline what has been done wrong and what has been done right. Councillors should be fully on top of the good, the bad and the ugly. So when we have another project, and we will, think airport, we're cognisant of the pitfalls and indeed the good things that arise. For instance, when is a fixed price contract not a fixed price contract? Councillor Craig, there's absolutely no suggestion that the CEO is not doing a good job, and I'm sure that other members of staff are also doing a good job and are quite sick to death of the job that they're doing in this regard. But staff come and staff go, and councillors come and staff and councillors go. So I think it's incumbent on us to understand the learnings of this project and gain some insight to it. Once again, you don't know what you don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Speaker against?
Can I just ask a question?
You may ask a question.
I missed that conversation with changing the date from September to December. So no one's doing that then, no? And
you can.
Yeah, okay. All right, cool, yeah.
So do I have a speaker against? Councillor Kennedy is speaking against.
Yeah, I'll speak against this just because, so I would like to foreshadow an amendment that...
We could move amendment.
Moving an amendment.
Not agreed.
Not agreed, okay. It would be foreshadowed. You'd have to, sorry. Foreshadow an alternative.
Apologies. So there's two ways that an amendment or an alteration can be dealt with. The first is that the mover can move their motion with an alteration with the consent of a seconder, which is what happened in the previous item. In this case, Councillor Kennedy is moving an amendment. So we will need to seek a seconder for that amendment and then debate the amendment if required, and that will be put to the council to vote on.
Okay. So you wish to... Sure.
Yep, which wish to move an amendment. Yep.
Thank you.
That the CEO bring a report in December 2025 because it's going to align better with the staff, and I don't see any rush again, you know, rather focus on doing a good job.
Yeah,
okay.
just stay with it. Seconded, Councillor Cox. Is there
Point of
any-
order.
Certainly. Oh, sorry. Please take your seat, Councillor
I
Kennedy.
feel that amendment detracts from the issue. Detracts from the what I was
intent.
trying to get through, because as the question was asked before, why have you made it September? I gave that as an important part of this thing. Timing of the report is important because I don't want to get missed and locked up, and want to inform the new council as soon as as they're getting on board. So I don't think that this is sufficiently different as to not be an amendment. Be foreshadowed.
So then determination here is negating on the fact we do it with a new council or an old council, is that correct? That's your intent by doing it in September? Sorry, Councillor McNeish.
Well, I just talked about a range of reasons why it needs to happen. After the annuals the budget gets done, the annual report gets done, the CEO KPIs are just done, and then this is the next thing, this is the next most important thing to do it then and there.
Okay.
You know, otherwise it just gets lost in all the rest of it.
So then I'll stick with Councillor McNeish's. That this would negate, so you have to foreshadow an alternate.
Very good. I will foreshadow this motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
do you wish to speak any?
Speak
further
against it. Again, I'll speak against it. If we want to have a good job in the report, you know, give the officers some time. Whether you know the new elected members come on board, they're still going to get it. They're going to have a lot of information to get through. Give them a couple of months to see this report. We don't have any big projects that we need to rush out and get this report to address. So that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kennedy. Speaker 4. Well, I will speak against, but I really just want to add a couple of amendments, if I may. I'll just read them out as I've got the time. If such a report is supported by Council, then it must include key learning recommendations in moving forward or not with the relocation and reconstruction of the leisure centre, the anticipated costs and probable cost overruns, the rate pressure on residents in the event of no federal funding for the project, and the priority given to the proposal in respect to existing sporting facilities. Point B will be the learnings from the saltwater development should also form the foundation of any proposal to construct a 50-metre swimming pool in the district. in the event of no federal funding and the rate pressure that this will add on residents. And as other councillors have mentioned, we may as well add the airport as well. Well, it was raised, so. Sure.
Question?
This would sit under the, actually I'll put it under the foreshadowed motion. Oh no, I'll put it on this one first and then I'll add it to the foreshadowed if I can get agreement from Councillor Kennedy.
Question? Sorry, is that proposed as an amendment or are you foreshadowing that?
I will propose it as an amendment if you like.
Well, I won't like because I'll then seek dissent from your ruling.
Sorry?
I don't like but then under standing orders you can get to make that determination, but I would then seek dissent from your ruling.
No,
Because
that's all right if you don't wish to, so that you don't wish to add that amendment.
I would wish you to use the foreshadowing mechanism rather than...
Okay, I will foreshadow that and maybe talk to Councillor Kennedy should this motion lapse, or, sorry, should not pass, should be lost. Okay, yeah, really just to speak further then on that, with those ideas that, yeah, I think it's all very well saying we'll pick on one, but I think we need to make sure that, as you said, if any new councillors and new staff has just been highlighted, that we'll have new staff, we'll have new councillors, and they need to be, we need some lines in the sand so that people can adhere to the learnings for future projects. That's all. Thank you. Speaker 4. Speaker against? No speakers against. Okay, therefore, Councillor Lee, you have the right to you've reserved your right.
I did, and I'll just say that I'm happy with Councillor McNish's explanation of why he's set that date, and I feel that's relevant and important to this. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor McNish, your
Thank you. Just
right
2
reply.
points in addressing, or it's not quite a rebuttal, but because I'm agreeing with Councillor Kay's point that I do tend to write as if it was me. So we're all a product of our past. So the thought process rolls in and it just rolls out and then I move on to the next nom. And I do want to, no one's there, what a pity, because when you're first elected as a councillor, you are absolutely overwhelmed with information, too much in too short a time, and it takes you about, if you're going to get on top of it, you're going to 3 or 4 months reading. You really do. And I'll tell you what, and that's why I wanted to sneak this in just before you get elected, because as soon as you get elected, there's a long-term financial plan, all the briefings, the policy manual, the code of conducts, the everything, and it was overwhelming to me, and I've been in the game. So that's an important point. Thank you. And that's why I didn't want to accept it as an amendment. I wanted. Thank you.
That's all right. That's okay. Okay, therefore, I put forward the motion in front of you. All those in favour? All those against? Carried 5-4. Item 16.2. Getting close to 10 o'clock. Protection of the railway heritage. Notice the motion from Councillor Andrew McNish.
Moved as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kennedy. Is there any opposition? I will oppose. So, Councillor Manish, do you wish to?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I don't want to go into trying to recreate all the history and things that I think will be discoverable or have been discovered and are probably in place already. But I was just so concerned after attending that briefing session that there was zero on the rails to trails history, the rail history and all the rest of it. And I just got quite upset by that and just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that that land is there because of the railway. And there's a tremendous history about that and the people who worked so hard to put it there, and that story needs to be told. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kennedy?
I'll reserve my right.
Sure. Thank you. Look, the only reason I speak against is my concern with the fact that I guess the sensitivity around how this could be seen for the local elders, and therefore I would just say that if the motion's passed, that it basically couldn't come in effect until the council has had a full consultation with the local Wardandi elders through the Underlup community, and also raises the matter for a briefing with it's raised a briefing with the Council's Reconciliation Committee, and that the motion if this motion 6.2 lapse, and there's no agreement or consent from both the Wardandi and Elders and Reconciliation Committee. So, in essence, just that we do mark the importance of the naming of this track. I just feel that without going to consultation, it could be a little bit, well, I just would like to see some consultation, that's all. So, completed. So, whether you'd wish to add an amendment.
Sorry, just in responding, no, I wouldn't add an amendment because I'm not proposing to rename the track.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 4, Councillor Ryan.
Just quickly, the officer's report says fundamental to the interpretation of the trail is placement of the rail trail on the original alignment of the former WA government railway, recognising the significance of the railway history to the region. Additionally, it is important that recognition of the Aboriginal, European and natural heritage associated with the trail form part of the interpretation strategy for the Wardandi track. Once this strategy is finalised, we will present it to the Council for adoption. There's no suggestion that we're doing anything culturally significant or not significant to Aboriginal history. Councillor McNish is simply reaffirming that his knowledge of the rails to trails, which is what I knew the Wardandi track as a number of years ago, is recognised, and that we have significant pioneers in this area that are also cognisant of the fact that it was a railway line, and that timber, which is why the railway line was created, has been exported to all areas of the world, and so that needs to also be recognised. Thank you.
I'm actually not necessarily opposed to this. I just do have some concerns over the wording of prioritises at the start. However, I am aware, and I do agree that we should reflect not only our Aboriginal history, cultural heritage, but we should also be reflecting our European heritage as well. I do just want to tout my concerns just potentially over the wording and the fact that I wasn't here for the agenda briefing over the Wodandi track, so I don't really know where this has actually stemmed from, outside of Councillor McNish's reasonings that he's given in the debate and on here, because I did request from staff to access those briefing materials. However, because it was from an external source, I wasn't able to actually get that in time. And I do just note that the officers do have a comment here saying that that their intention was to recognise both the Aboriginal, European and natural history heritage associated with this trail. Yeah, I do have slight concerns just over that prioritisation, like the word of prioritisers at the start, but I couldn't really think of a nice substitute, just because, in my opinion, I wouldn't want the community to think that we're pledging any of these, the Aboriginal, European or natural heritage, against each other. I don't want them to think, oh, we're prioritising European history over Aboriginal history or the natural heritage. I'm sure that's probably not what Councillor McNish's intention was with that wording, but that's just the concern that I had when I read that and interpreted that for myself. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, could I suggest an amendment, a slight amendment to, if it is agreeable with Councillor McNish, that we add in some wording that says, whilst we recognise the significance of the railway history, it is also important that we recognise the Aboriginal.
Not agreed.
Not agreed?
It's not an amendment. The whole point of this is not talking about Aboriginal history. I have not even mentioned it. So the way people are imputing that into it is, I find, quite disturbing.
Maybe it's the way it's perceived, but that's, I'm not knocking the thing. But yeah, no, but if it's perceived by the community, so. So that'll be a, do you wish to foreshadow then? Okay, no. All right, councillors, is there anyone else who'd like to speak to this? Against or for? Councillor Cagg?
I'm going to speak only because my family are pioneers of Carradale-Cadada. They were working on the timber mill in that area. I had an uncle who was killed when a branch fell off a tree they were logging. Bushby Road in Carradale is named after my family, and I understand the true value of the railway and have been old enough to have travelled on it when I was 1 or 2.
Oh
so
dear,
I have
don't
been,
go
I've had,
there.
I've had the whole lot.
Don't go there.
So, yeah, I support Councillor McNish. Thank you.
I'll just vote with Val then. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Kennedy, do you speak?
Nothing further to add,
Sure.
no.
Councillor McNish?
Glad, although that was a fascinating piece of history. Thank you.
Okay. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Two. So that's carried 7-2. Thank you. I am happy to... All right.
We'll need to confirm that with her.
Okay.
But if so, that means we just...
All right.
So it's up to you.
Councillors wish to continue? 16.3. Councillor Ryan, do you wish to?
The motion as put.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lee. Is there opposition? Councillors? 16.3. There's opposition. Councillor Ryan, please speak to your motion.
Councillors, I was perplexed a number of weeks ago when I got a call from a heritage consultant to say that the tree was being cut down. This was after, I believe, a letter was sent by our planning department to the owner. The arborist was absolutely mortified. He'd gone through the appropriate channels and he was even suggesting that he wouldn't take any payment from the owner and that nobody else should touch it with a barge pole. The arborist who commenced the work and then realised that it was significant was absolutely horrified. The tree is believed to be planted around circa 1860. That was when the cottage was built, so it's in or around that era. Councillors, I understand the staff are saying we can't do anything about it. We can't. But putting a sign up to tell the community that we care, that we're trying to get it heritage listed, would go a long way to ensuring that this doesn't happen again. That's all I'm asking, is for a sign, an appropriate sign with appropriate wording to tell the community we care. It is Christmas after all. And hopefully protecting the tree for another 100 years. Thank you.
Just, if I may, clarification. You say the tree was 1860, planted. Sorry?
I said the house is circa 1860 and it's believed the tree was planted around about the same time.
Around the same time, so the tree is now 100 and something years old. 164 years old. Okay, and has there been any reports to say that it is that age? It's only that I'm getting different story.
I did send you a report when we had the last resolution of council from an arborist.
That said it was 160 years old.
He said it was around 100 years old.
So 60 years afterwards. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Just clarifying. Okay, thank you. Councillor Lee, your seconder?
I'll just reserve my right.
Sure. Speaker against? Councillor Kennedy?
I wish to move a procedural motion that the motion be now put.
Be now put, okay.
Yes.
Need a seconder for that? Councillor McNeish? Okay, so I put that motion now. Seconded Councillor McNeish, and I put that to the vote. All those in favour? Okay, so 8-1. Okay, so I will now put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 5. Motion is lost 5-4. 4-5. Motion is lost 4-5. Move on to last item of the night. 16.4.
Councillor Ryan still wishes to...
Do you still wish to move that?
No, I think that's a foregone conclusion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I withdraw that
Councillor Ryan, you withdraw it. Thank you very much. That being done, I will now close this meeting at 7 minutes past 10 o'clock, and I wish councillors a wonderful Christmas. Look forward to seeing you all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed tomorrow at the councillor Christmas party. And if anybody wants to eat late at night,